Please sit down. Right, item 1 on the agenda, I'd like to invite the Reverend Mark Dunn Wilson from Truro Methodist Church to lead us in prayers today. Mark.
Thank you very much for inviting me. There is a long-established link between Cornwall and the Methodist Church, and I regard it as a huge privilege to be invited to come and lead our prayers today. Nearly 3,000 years ago, the prophet Micah set out a challenge to the leaders and the people of that time. He said this: "What does the Lord require of you but to do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with your God?" Around 2,700 years later, John Wesley, who founded the Methodist movement, founded it to embody and encourage that ancient call to social holiness and justice. He visited Cornwall 33 times during his ministry. Sometimes he was encouraged by what he found, sometimes less so. After one of his visits, he recorded in his journal, "So there is a fair prospect in Cornwall from Launceston to Land's End." But then he also noted that in one of our communities, I'm going to redact the name of the community, smuggling, drunkenness, cockfighting, wrestling, hurling and godless riot are the favourite amusements of the people.
What's changed?
Council is in St Ives, be warned. Social history in Cornwall and chapel history in Cornwall are intertwined, and the common thread that binds us is the struggle for social justice for all people. And at its best, both church and council strive together still for the good of all. There is a saying attributed to John Wesley. It may not be his actual words, but it's certainly the way he thought, which certainly reflects that understanding and a commitment to social justice for all. And I use those words to lead us into our prayers. Wesley said, "Do all the good you can, by all the means you can, in all the ways you can, in all the places you can, at all the times you can, to all the people you can, for as long as ever you can." Let us pray. Prayer based on the prayer for those in government. King of kings and Lord of lords, we give thanks for those who are in public life. We pray for our King and the royal family, for the Prime Minister, Cabinet, Government and Parliament, and for all those who assist and advise them. We pray for those who serve in local government and for all who work for local councils. Be present in all their deliberations and guide every exercise of political power. Cleanse every tendency to self-interest and inspire the ideal of serving others, that tactics may be tempted by compassion and decisions informed by wisdom. Lord, grant us the strength and the courage to honour the dignity of every human being, to speak the truth to one another in love, and to walk humbly with one another and with God, for the good of all people in Cornwall, the nation and the world. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend. You can kind of stay and watch, or if you choose to leave, we won't be totally surprised. I have the following apologies for absence. Councillors Craze, Desmond, Dwelly, and the monitoring officers agreed that the following members may join us remotely for medical reasons. As you'll appreciate, they will not be able to vote. Councillors LeBroy and Mitchell. Are there any others?
Yes, Bruce Craze. He sends his apologies. He's away with a family break.
Apologies for an early leaving at 2.
I've just heard from Councillor Long he's unwell and unable to attend.
Councillor Ewart.
Thank you. I just need to leave for half an hour at 12 o'clock for a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Giles.
Early departure.
Thank you. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you. I need to leave at 3 for a Family Town Council meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Chair. Early departure, personal appointment. Thank you.
In accordance with the Constitution, I'll now take declarations of interest from any members for any items on the agenda. Will members please indicate any items in which they have interests and the nature of those interests. If you are aware that you have a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-registrable interest in any matter being considered on the agenda, you must disclose it, whether or not you have already entered it in the register. No interruptions. Please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. Otherwise, we have to call security. Please, I'm very happy to talk to people. Right, good morning again. We'll resume the meeting. Whilst I have a great deal of sympathy for the protesters, we can't have that in the middle of a council meeting. If that continues, I will suspend the meeting again and clear the public gallery, which I really don't want to do because I want people to be engaged in what goes on here. But we can't have people shouting at us. That's not the way to do it. If you've got something to say, then get in touch with me. I'll move on to Chairman's announcements. Congratulations to those residents in Cornwall who received national honours in His Majesty the King's birthdays honour list. OBE is awarded to Richard Kramer of Liskeard for services to people with disabilities, Lisa Mannell of Cubert for services to education, Geraint Richards of Goran Haven, also the current High Sheriff of Cornwall, for services to the forestry sector. 5 MBEs were awarded to Tracy Bright of St Melian for services to older people, Sarah Mansbridge of Penzance for services to art, Melvin Roth of Launceston for services to education, Professor Timothy Taylor of Port Navis for services to archaeology and heritage, Ross Williams of Redruth for services to heritage and culture, and a member of our own staff, Tamsin Daniel, for services to heritage, Cornish distinctiveness and the community of Cornwall. There's more. And 2 British Empire medals were awarded to Dr. Catherine Condon of St Justin the Roselands for services to charitable fundraising, and Judith Nichols of Penzance for services to young people in Penzance. I very much look forward to meeting them all at their investiture and to thank them for their dedicated services to the community of Cornwall. And sadly, we learned of the passing of 2 former Cornwall councillors, Malcolm Moyle and Doris Ansari. I will now ask Councillor Kate Ewart, as the Labour Group leader, to pay tribute to Malcolm Moyle.
Thank you, Chair. Falling over, there was. When thinking about writing this eulogy, I thought of no one better than former Cornwall councillor Stephen Barnes to ask for some words, who worked with Malcolm for a long time. I can assure all you returning members this isn't a normal Stephen Barnes speech. I first met Malcolm Moyle after the elections in May 1987. We were both elected to Kerrier District Council, now sadly defunct and demolished. It was an exciting time in local politics. There was hope for the future and we were ready for the challenge. Malcolm was then, of course, a Lib Dem, but as time dragged on and the Tories made councils sell off this and that and then scrap what was remaining, disillusionment quickly set in and Malcolm joined the Labour group. Together, we were very effective in meetings. Malcolm would start things by pulling apart the arguments and trying to explain the failures that were sure to follow. I simply waited to the end and went for the jugular. Over the years, I have met many people through public life, but Malcolm had intelligence and integrity wrapped up with grit and determination. If he stood with you on something, he would stick with it till the end. He was a truly remarkable man, and I was proud to call him my friend. At his funeral, when I sat in the church, I had a look through the order of service, and I noticed for the retiring music, it just said Queen, selected by Malcolm. I was mystified. Was this the national anthem? Or was it meant to be the band Queen? Or was it a typo? When the service finished, I realised that it was Malcolm's way of having the last laugh. As they played a song by the band Queen, another one bites the dust. Rest in peace, my dear friend Malcolm.
Thank you. And I'll give a personal tribute for Doris Ansari. Doris gave over 40 years of service to Truro and to Cornwall, first elected to Truro City Council in 1971 and stood down from Cornwall Council in 2013, having never lost an election. Her first campaign was to have the museum drop its entry charges. She went to London to get fairer funding for Cornwall, an ongoing task. She went to Europe to get Objective 1 funding, worth hundreds of millions of pounds to Cornwall, to Japan to get funding for the Eden project, but she was most proud of raising funding for the Tates and Hives. Civil servants found she was a woman who wouldn't take no for an answer, our very own Iron Lady. But her family remember her as a loving, warm mother and someone who became completely soppy around cats and any furry animal that they happened to bring home. Doris was the first woman to be chair of Cornwall County Council, and that was only in 2005. She was a campaigner, a leader, a mother, and an inspiration. Thank you, Doris, for your service to Cornwall. Will you now join me for a minute's silence for Malcolm and Doris? Thank you, members. Agenda item number 5, Leader's announcements. Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, and thank you, everyone, for joining us. I'd like to start today by congratulating and a big thank you to all the Cornwall Council staff members who took part in last week's One and All Employee Awards. Working in local government is challenging at the best of times, but it's clear to me that your dedication and passion are the driving force behind everything this organisation does. So once again, well done to all of those that were shortlisted and nominated, and to those who won, and I look forward to seeing great things again at next year's event. I just want to talk a bit about Cornwall's Pensions Fund, hopefully give the people upstairs a bit of an answer. So the Cornwall Pension Fund is a highly regulated and acts within its legal and fiduciary duties. It has a legal duty to provide it for member benefits whose monies the pension fund is and must exercise its power of investment for investment purposes, having a diversified investment portfolio and doing what is best for the financial position of the fund. These are not council investments. It is not appropriate for investment decisions to be driven directly by the political views of the pension committee members due to the fiduciary duty it has. As part of the Brunel Pension Partnership, we do not invest in controversial weapons, and we expect all of our fund managers to invest in line with the United Nations Global Compact. We also insist that companies comply with all legal requirements and the duty to respect all internationally recognised human rights, including the obligations of the Modern Slavery Act in the UK and the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business Human Rights. I'd also like to share with you 3 major developments that will benefit communities across Cornwall, strengthen our local democracy and safeguard our environment. Firstly, I'm pleased to announce that Cornwall Council has secured £5.5 million in government funding to dramatically expand our electric vehicle charging network. This investment can deliver up to 2,000 new charge points right here in Cornwall, with the programme kicking off next spring even. Phase 1 will see chargers installed in our busiest council car parks, ensuring drivers can top up easily when they visit town centres, leisure facilities and tourist hotspots. Phase 2 will extend to on-street charging into neighbourhoods that currently lack coverage, making electric EVs viable option for everyone. It is a vital step towards our environmental ambitions, reducing emissions and giving more drivers the confidence to switch to electric. Secondly, as you're all aware, this council wasted no time in reversing the plans to sell off our airport. Following on from that decision, I'm pleased to say that we have worked alongside Cornwall Airport Limited to reinstate the Airport Consultative Forum. This will revive a vital channel of communication between airport residents and businesses. Alongside this forum, we're launching a comprehensive engagement programme on future developments at the airport and the surrounding land. We'll hold regular workshops and drop-in sessions so people can hear project proposals firsthand and share their views. And we'll work closely with the local members to make sure everyone's voice is heard. Our airport is and will continue to be a key asset, and it is important that we make the best possible use of it so it can all offer the people of Cornwall. Finally, I will be requesting an urgent meeting with the new Chief Executive of South West Water once they're appointed. Cornwall suffers far too many pollution incidents. Our rivers, beaches and estuaries should be places of pride and not concern. The recent national discussions about reform into water regulation are well overdue, and they highlight the need for accountability at every level. We cannot wait until 2030. We need action now. I intend to press South West Water to resolve the frequency of pollution incidents without delay. I would like a clear timetable for investment in our wastewater infrastructure, and for the company to engage directly with Cornwall Council and local communities on its progress. Clean water is non-negotiable. End of story. We need to see meaningful change, and now is the time for it. We owe it to our people, our visitors and to our future generations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Leader. Agenda item number 6, minutes of the meeting held on the 20th of May. I will move, and my Vice Chairman will second, that the minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, 20th of May are correctly recorded and they be signed by the Chairman. Councillor Thomas, will you second?
Second, Chairman.
Thank you. We'll do them en bloc. There's only 12 pages, so pages Minutes of the meeting held, pages 5 to 12 in your full agenda. All those in favour, please vote for, against or abstain using the options on the microphone base.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
Those are passed, thank you very much. Agenda item number 7, questions from the public. Now, I take this opportunity to remind everyone, as agreed by Council, up to 30 minutes be given for questions from the public. I will be asking the public to read out their questions. Where the member of the public is not present, my Vice Chairman will read the question. Today we have 12 questions, so I will not be permitting any supplementary questions, as I'm keen that all questioners have the opportunity to have their submitted questions responded to. Number 1 is from Mrs. Kennelly of Wadebridge, who is not in attendance, and I will ask my Vice Chair to read her question.
Thank you, members. Would Cornwall Council please consider improving the facilities for motorhome tourism in Cornwall utilising council car parks, vacant land or incentives to landowners, campsites, farms for all-year motorhoming, caravanning for self-contained units in providing paid-for services.
Thank you. I'll ask Councillor Rogerson, Cabinet Member for Transport, to reply.
Mayor Ascaderia, thank you, Chairman. The parking service has been trialling motorhome parking for the first time in Bude, following a lengthy consultation with Campra and other local authorities who provide motorhome parking facilities. This was a trial for self-contained motorhomes which can function without outside resources. Fortunately, this site has been respected and performed as intended. However, we've also had experience at other car parks where this has not been the case and has attracted significant local objection and antisocial behaviour. Careful site selection and local community engagement are therefore crucial. Following the success so far and subject to discussion within the new Cabinet, it's hoped that we can build on the Bude example and identify additional appropriate sites. Due to the legal consultation process and timescales to ensure appropriate engagement, it's not possible for amendments to be made before this summer. Colleagues in the parking service have already begun to consider sites where self-contained motorhome parking can be implemented subject to site and traffic management constraints. It's agreed to proceed with the initiative. If it's agreed to proceed with the initiative, it's likely that identified sites will then be implemented in a phased approach from April 2026 to judge their reception and impact on the locality. I also note that there's an increasing number of private facilities being created that are of course down to the operator to judge the local viability. Some have taken advantage of creating a temporary site under the 28-day planning rule to see the take-up of the proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Rogerson. Question number 2 is from Mrs. Lucas of St Column Major, who is not in attendance, so I will ask my Vice Chairman to read her question.
The parking service has been trialling... Chairman. Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, okay. Cornwall Council was warned multiple times from all quarters that Cornwall would be left behind economically without a mayor. Recent government funding of 15 billion for transport projects was awarded to the mayoral authorities. Will Cornwall Council now admit that turning down a mayor was the worst financial decision it made?
Thank you. I'll now ask Councillor Frost, the leader, to reply.
No, I will not sell Cornwall's soul for some short-term trinkets. What I will do is I will continue to fight for Cornwall's future to ensure that we get the devolution Cornwall needs and not the one that Westminster wants.
Thank you, members. Question 3 is from Mr. Coppin of Bodmin, who is not in attendance, so I'll ask my Vice Chair to read his question.
Recently, highways repairs carried out were absolutely shocking and ineffective. Will need doing again at an additional cost to the taxpayer and additional inconvenience. My question is who signed off these works as acceptable and will they be reprimanded? Will the contractor be made to complete repairs properly at no cost?
Thank you. I'll ask Councillor Rogerson, Cabinet Member for Transport, to reply.
I'd already raised this not long after election here as a member, obviously as a Bodmin member, because we looked at the works. But following significant deterioration of the paved area of Church Square, Bodmin, including the failure of a British Telecom chamber, urgent works were planned to make the area safe for highway users. Unfortunately, it was not possible, despite best efforts, to coordinate the chamber repair, which has to be undertaken by British Telecom's own contractors at this time. However, due to the hazardous condition of the carriageway, it was decided to continue with emergency remedial works. Following the completion of these urgent works, it was evident that more significant subsidence of the pavement was occurring, leading to further deterioration. In addition, the chamber still required rebuilding. Therefore, further works were planned and organised to remove an area of granite paving entirely, following a complete structural rebuild of the area. In addition to this, on this occasion, Cormac were able to successfully collaborate with British Telecom's contractor to coordinate the rebuild of their chamber, thereby minimising, as far as possible, further disruption. The repair works have now been completed, and following a curing time, the road fully reopened. Specialist bedding materials have been used, specifically chosen to enhance the quality and longevity of the works. The final work has been inspected and approved by Cornwall Highways officers and will be subject to further scheduled inspections at specified intervals. It's good practice to prioritise user safety, make an area safe, and then, if necessary, return to complete the works at a convenient time, reinstating to the original finish.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude. Can Cabinet members just use their mics? It's very difficult to hear on the back benches.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I think on that point, we've had a debate over whether people should stand or sit. I don't mind if you sit to answer questions. It is easier for the microphone, so it is entirely up to you. Question number 4 is from Miss Gourley of St Ives, who is in attendance. And can I invite you, Miss Gourley, to ask your question, please?
Thank you. In light of the Supreme Court judgment of the 16th of April 2025, can the Council confirm that any references to women in Council documents and policies now make it clear woman means biological woman only, and that any references to the protected characteristics of sex and gender reassignment are legally correct? Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask Councillor Marinson, Cabinet Member for Community Safety and Public Health, to reply.
Thank you for your question. As set out in the Officer's response to the motion listed as item 9.2, Appendix 1 on the Council's agenda, following the Supreme Court ruling for Women Scotland versus the Scottish Ministers, officers and members are working closely together to ensure that the Council responds appropriately to the ruling. The Supreme Court ruling has made it clear that references to sex in the Equality Act refer and have always been intended to refer to biological sex only, whilst people with the characteristic of gender reassignment are protected too from being treated less favourably because of that characteristic than people of the same biological sex who do not have the protected characteristic of gender reassignment. To support implementation, the Council has established a Task and Finish Group which reports to the internal EDI Board. The Task and Finish Group meets regularly and includes representatives from across Council services with responsibility for implementing changes arising from the ruling. Group membership includes representatives from the Women's and the Men's Employee Forums and the chair of our LGBTQIA+ Employee Forum. The Task and Finish Group has identified the need to review all Council policies, procedures and documents to ensure they're fully compliant with the Supreme Court judgment. Cornwall Council continues to meet the requirement of the Public Sector Equality Duty, Equality Act 2010, to eliminate unlawful discrimination, harassment and victimisation, to advance equality of opportunity and to promote good relations between different groups of people. This applies to all protected characteristics, and we will ensure that equality impact assessments required by the PSED take full account of all relevant protected characteristics.
Thank you, Councillor Marrington. Question number 5 is from Mr Warden of Perranporth, who is not in attendance, and I'll ask my Vice Chair to read the question.
How do housing allocation systems determine priority between individuals who have recently been rehoused and long-term homelessness of individuals? especially those with a history of employment and tax contributions?
I will ask Councillor Le Broy, Cabinet Member for Housing, to reply, and Councillor Le Broy is online.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm sorry that I can't be in attendance today.
Councillor Le Broy, can you reply,
mute my microphone? Beg your pardon. Thank you, Mr. Warden, for your question. There is a long answer and a short answer. The short answer is that I can confirm we don't make decisions on housing placements in this way. The longer answer, which I won't give right now, and I've got a sheet of paperwork here, is about the principle of how home choice allocations actually work. It's a very complicated solution, and what it does do is it aims to be as fair as it possibly can be and to triage people who register on home choice according to need. I'll happily share all that information with you, and I'll happily have a separate conversation with you, but in answer to your question, it just doesn't work that way. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Question number 6 is from Mr. Smith of St Mabon, who is not in attendance. I'll ask my Vice Chair to read the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. In 2022, the then Council Chairman decided to...
No, it's this bit here.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading. Yeah, there, in 2022. That's right, isn't it? That's the question. Okay. In 2022, the then Council Chairman decided to fly the national flag of Ukraine from a county hall flagpole. Without prejudice to the outcome of this particular foreign war, should the Constitutional Governments Committee now be invited to review the policy of delegating flag decisions to the Chairman?
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption there. That falls to me. In 2022, the previous Chairman of the Council made the decision to fly the national flag of Ukraine from the 3rd County Hall flagpole. This decision was made in line with the established custom and practice whereby the Chairman, in consultation with the Leader and Chief Executive, makes the decision on the display of flags. The current practice of the Chairman taking the decision on the display of flags in consultation with the Leader and Chief Executive reflects long-standing custom and provides flexibility to respond to significant events and commemorations. The matter is not a legal requirement to be contained in the Council's constitution. However, if the Constitution and Governance Committee wished to consider the matter for its work programme, it could do so. Until then, it's business as usual. Question number 7 is from Mr. Redgwell of Wadebridge, who is joining us by Teams this morning. Mr. Redgwell, can you ask? He's not here. Can I ask my Vice Chair then to ask question number 7, please?
What is the new Cornwall Council administration policy on public transport, connectivity and access to jobs, education and economic development, and how does this policy fit into Government Devolution Bill on Mayor Combined Authorities?
And I'll ask Councillor Frost, the Leader, to reply.
Thank you, Chair. Cornwall Council has shown its commitment to public transport through an 8-year contract with Go Cornwall Bus starting in 2020. This partnership has delivered more buses, over 100 new vehicles, improved services and the creation of a unified Transport for Cornwall brand. Since then, over 140 school transport movements have been integrated into the network. Despite Cornwall supporting the highest proportion of public transport in the South West, ongoing financial pressures, such as the pandemic's lasting impact, rising costs and inflation, have made managing the network increasingly difficult, especially without long-term government funding. The 2022 bus fares pilot has been a major success, driving up patronage more than any other rural authority. Over 10 million tickets and 18 million journeys have been made using discounted fares, helping to maintain services without steep cuts or price hikes. The government's bus service improvement plan funding has also been targeted to match Cornwall's transport needs. While the Bus Services Act of 2017 allows mayoral authorities to franchise networks, the government's latest consultation aims to extend that to non-mayoral areas. Cornwall Council opposes the centralisation push for elected mayors, which would undermine local democracy and put decision-making in the hands of a single figure rather than a council accountable to all communities. Cornwall needs fair funding and flexible powers, not a one-size-fits-all government model. With the current bus contract due for review in 2028, Cornwall Council is exploring future options, including community transport and demand-responsive models. We are working with industry experts and the Department for Transport to deliver an affordable, locally tailored transport system that meets Cornwall's economic and social goals, building on the success of our existing enhanced partnership, not replacing it with imposed mayoral control.
Thank you, Leader. Question number 8 is from Mr. Brearley of Penryn, who is in attendance today. Welcome, Mr. Brearley. Please, can you put your question?
Thank you. Cornwall Council is in the practice of referring council tax debts to private bailiff companies. 23,027 households were visited by bailiffs between 2022 and 2023. Given the level of distress known to be caused by bailiff visits, will this council propose a motion to review its use of bailiffs to collect public council tax debts?
Thank you. I'll ask Councillor Painter, Cabinet Member for Resources, to reply.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Brearley, for your question. The number of cases sent to enforcement agents does not equate to the number of individuals that are visited. Enforcement agents are instructed to collect debt on behalf of Cornwall Council through a compliance stage, which means being contacted by letter, email or phone, first of all. Only where this isn't successful, i.e. resulting in a payment or a suitable payment arrangement, will a visit then be carried out. Cornwall Council uses enforcement agents as part of a number of collection and recovery options for those not paying their council tax or business rates. The different measures that a council can take as part of this process ensures that those who can pay do pay, which then allows the council to maximise its income stream to pay for services to all Cornish residents. Cornwall Council do everything they can to ensure that those who are struggling to pay their council tax or business rates are assisted where possible. Offers of support, both financial and advice, are provided, including a council tax support scheme, discretionary funds for those still unable to pay the remainder of their bill, referral to external organisations such as Money Advice and the Pension Service, as well as our teams taking additional steps to contact residents prior to the recovery process starting. Prior to summonsing anyone to court, we will obtain a propensity to pay rating. Where it is flagged that a resident has a low propensity to pay, we will make direct contact with them to see how we can help. We do everything we can to ensure these residents do not receive summons, although it does rely on engaging with us or accessing information to help themselves. We will not send cases to enforcement agents where we think it is inappropriate to do so, if the customer, for example, has mental health issues. This isn't always easy to identify, as we may not have been advised or there's no medical evidence, and we may require the enforcement agent to ascertain this. If they do, then they will send the case back to us. Enforcement agents' processes have improved over the years, and they now provide welfare training to their enforcement agents, and they do not penalise them for not taking payments in these cases. As a result of all the processes we now put in place to assist where we can, the number of summonses to court has dropped by around 17% in the last year. Reminders and finals have dropped by nearly 20%, and referrals to enforcement agents have dropped by around 20% over the last 2 years. Cornwall Council does everything it can to separate the can't pays from the won't pays. However, we do have a duty to collect where we can from all residents. In terms of the latter part of your question, it is a matter for members as to which subject matter for motions might be submitted for consideration at future full council agendas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Painter. Question number 9 is from Miss Newman of Falmouth, who is in attendance today. Welcome, Miss Newman. Would you like to put your question?
Thank you. What steps is the new council taking to improve transparency and accountancy in its day-to-day dealings with residents and communities? So, for example, will you be retracting your misleading press update released last week, given Councillor McGowan's statement yesterday?
Thank you, Ms Newman. Councillor Frost, I ask you to reply.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your question. I made it clear when I became leader that I was committing to building openness and trust in the council so that residents have confidence that this administration listens and acts in the best interests. Since May, we've been working hard to make good on that promise, and we made we made to deliver that change. I can give two clear examples of where we have done that. We have reversed the previous decision to offload the council car parks to private operators, and we have committed to strengthening our airport, not just as a piece of infrastructure, but as a lifeline that connects us with the rest of the UK and beyond. These are just two examples, but they're symbolic of a deeper shift, which we hope that residents will see and appreciate in the coming months and years. Furthermore, I welcome the Corporate Finance and Performance Overview and Scrutiny Committee's early informal reviews of the Council's approach to consultation, which took place last week, to ensure that residents feel engaged, informed, and feel able to respond to a wide range of issues that affect their everyday lives. We want to make sure that this council is regarded as a listening council. Last year, more than 138,000 residents used our Let's Talk Cornwall website to give us their views, feedback, and ideas, and get involved with our plans and proposals. We want to make sure the numbers of residents engaging with Cornwall Council grows. Every week we send out our Keeping Formal Informed newsletter to over 120,000 people, and I would urge all councillors to encourage people in your local area to sign up to this newsletter if they haven't already. Those are just two practical examples of how we will continue to keep people informed and listen to their views.
So it would be really, really nice if you added the Trelawney trees as one as your example and actually give credible reasons for why you...
Thank you. Question number 10 is from Mr. Hill of Penryn, who is in attendance today. Welcome, Mr. Hill. Would you put your question, please?
Thank you. My question is in relation to the motion that's listed for later in the meeting. This motion appears to fail to take account of the subsequent legal challenges that have arrived following the Supreme Court ruling and the Equality and Human Rights Commission interim guidance. How will Cornwall Council ensure that transphobia isn't incited as a result of the motion and that trans people are treated with dignity and respect in Cornwall?
Thank you. I'll ask Councillor Marrington, Cabinet Member for Community Safety and Public Health, to reply.
Thank you for your question. As set out in the officer's response to the motion listed as 9.2, Appendix 1, on the Council agenda, following the Supreme Court ruling for Women in Scotland versus the Scottish Ministers, officers and members are working closely together to ensure the Council responds appropriately to the Supreme Court ruling of 16th of April. The highest court of the land has made a ruling, and as a responsible public body, we must comply with it. Cornwall Council continues to meet the requirement of the public sector equality duty to eliminate unlawful discrimination, harassment and victimisation, advance equality of opportunity and promote good relations between different groups of people. This applies to all protected characteristics. Further, we're committed to working with partners, including the Safer Cornwall Partnership, to promote community cohesion and ensure our trans residents are treated with dignity and respect. We will continue to engage with community partners to understand people's lived experience, including the experiences of our trans community. As an employer, Cornwall Council has reiterated to staff that gender reassignment is still a protected characteristic under the Equality Act 2010. The Supreme Court judgment does not weaken the protection that the Act has always included for people undergoing, proposing to go through, or having gone through a gender reassignment process, although it has clarified that the protection is separate from protection against discrimination based on biological sex. We continue to encourage all employees to embody our values of fairness, ambition, inclusion and respect. They're at the heart of our commitment to fostering a supportive and inclusive workplace for everyone who works for us, and we use our council values to guide our work and interaction with others. Our ambition is to create a fairer and more inclusive Cornwall for everyone. Our commitment and support is for all those protected under the Equality Act, as well as for our locally protected characteristics.
Thank you. Question number 11 is from Mrs. Palmer of Bodmin, who's not here today. I'll pass it over to my Vice Chair to read.
Thank you for your question, Ms. Palmer. Will LGBTQ+ employees and residents be involved in the review and update of policies and training regarding to the management of single-sex spaces and services, and in assuring policies continue to advance equally for sexual orientation and gender reassignment as protected characteristics? How will involvement LGBTQ+ voices be achieved?
I will ask Councillor Marrington, Cabinet Member for Community Safety and Public Health, to reply.
Okay. So, same response. As set out, I'll shorten it, as set out in the officer's response to the motion listed as item 9.2 on the council agenda following the ruling, officers and members are working closely together to ensure the council responds appropriately. The ruling made it clear that the characteristics of same-sex orientation and gender reassignment remain protected in the way the law has always intended. They need to be understood in the context that references to the protected characteristics of sex mean biological sex. Our aim will be to ensure that we comply fully with that ruling by upholding the rights of women and of trans people, while working to ensure that where these may conflict, solutions are found to achieve the best outcomes for all employees and service users within the law. As a council, we're committed to supporting all our residents and will continue to meet the requirements of the public sector equality duty to eliminate unlawful discrimination, harassment and victimisation, advance equality of opportunity and to promote good relations between different groups of people.
Thank you, Councillor Marrington. Question number 12 is from Mr Atherfold of Camborne, who is not in attendance, and so I'll ask my Vice Chair to read his question.
That's right. I'll start again, sorry about that, members. Could the portfolio order for highways give a timescale for the adoption of Carrier Way in Camborne and surrounding roads, given highways' recent refusal to remove abandoned vehicles and make repairs to road surface?
Thank you. Another one for Councillor Rogerson, Cabinet Member for Transport, to reply.
I'll stay seated while I reply to this one. I think I may have created a bit of distance to the microphone by standing, so it's no disrespect intended, members. Both the council and the developers are keen to progress with the adoption of this site. Positive discussions are ongoing to both agree the necessary works and also for those to be commissioned and constructed. Whilst we're both endeavouring to move at pace, a firm date for completion cannot be given at this time. However, it's expected that the estate could be adopted within the next 2 years following the successful conclusion of a 12-month maintenance period once the outstanding works have been completed.
Thank you, Councillor Rogerson. And that brings us to agenda number 8. Well, I'll just say thank you for the questions you brought in. Agenda item number 8, State of Cornwall in the national context. Leader.
Thank you, Chair. It's only been 2 months since I stood in this chamber and was elected leader of Cornwall Council. Just 8 weeks, but already much has changed. When you take on a role like this, you do so knowing the weight of responsibility, but you also do it with determination and conviction, because you believe deeply and profoundly in the place and the people you represent. I believe in Cornwall, I believe in our communities, and I believe in our future. Since May, this council has been working hard to make good on the promise we made to deliver real change rooted in what matters most to our residents. But first and foremost, we have listened. We heard the anger and frustration over the plans of our car parks and the sense that local needs were being ignored. We heard the concerns about the future of our airport, which remains a vital link for residents and a key part of our economy. We listened and we acted. We reversed the nonsensical decision to offload council car parks to private operators, and we have committed to strengthening our airport, not as a piece of infrastructure, but as a lifeline that connects us with the rest of the UK and the further world. These are just 2 examples, but they're symbolic of the deeper shift. And today, we're taking the next step. I'm proud to announce the publication of our Cabinet priorities, a clear and focused plan that lays out the path ahead. These priorities will be formally adopted at Cabinet next week, but in truth, they're already in place. They're not abstract concepts. They are rooted in the reality of Cornish life, the challenges we face, the values we share, and the future we want to shape. We are committed to building strong communities, creating good jobs, and delivering more decent, affordable homes so that people can live and work where they were born, raise families without fear of being priced out, and take pride in the place that they call home. We want an economy powered and enhanced by Cornwall's natural assets and our pioneering technology. This isn't about waiting for someone else to bring prosperity. It's about using what we already have: our coastlines, our minerals, our skills, and our culture, unleashing that potential. We want Cornwall to be a place where young people grow up healthy and cared for, with lifelong opportunities that stretch beyond the postcode. That means better schools, support services, and a renewed focus on mental health and well-being. We want a greener Cornwall, not just in words, but in practice. A Cornwall where nature thrives alongside people and where we lead by example on clean energy, protecting our environment and sustainable living. We want a Cornwall where no one is excluded, where everyone, no matter their age or background, has a chance to lead a good life. And we want a reliable public transport, safer roads and greater connectivity, because Cornwall should work for the people who live here, not just those who come to visit. These priorities are more than just words on a page. They're a statement of intent and a reflection of our common sense approach, an approach that is practical, grounded, and puts people first. And while we're wasting no time in putting those words into action, let's not shy away from the reality of what we are up against. Today, we are also publishing the State of Cornwall 2025, a frank and unflinching picture of life in our communities. Low wages, high house prices, a housing crisis that pushes young families out of their hometowns, a social care system stretched to its limits, public transport that struggles to work for working people, children growing up in poverty while second homes sit empty for most of the year. These are not minor issues, and they're not just Cornwall's problems. They are the nation's problems magnified. Yet within those challenges lie real opportunities. Cornwall is not a place that stands still or plays the victim. We are innovators and doers. We are leading on clean energy. We are home to world-class research into critical minerals. We are pioneers in farming, food, culture, and technology. We don't just need support from the government. We deserve investment, partnership, and respect. Because over the next year, the government will bring forward more than 40 new pieces of legislation, and we must make sure that those bills, those budgets, and those big decisions work for Cornwall, and they don't just pass us by. That means pushing for fair funding that reflects our needs, and it means having a seat at the table when those decisions are made. Because this isn't just about what Cornwall is, it's about what Cornwall could be. This is our moment to lead and be courageous, to not simply react to change, but to shape it. To show that our past is not just history, it's a foundation to build on. That our culture is not just heritage, it's a living, breathing force. On today's council agenda, there are a number of motions that speak to the kind of Cornwall we want to build and the role we're ready to play nationally. I'd ask you to consider for a moment, nation. We hear it all the time, national policy, national priorities, national government, but we don't actually think about what that means. Well, I've thought long and hard about what it means, and I've come to realise that nation isn't just a border, it isn't just a flag, it's something deeper than that. It's a shared sense of place and a shared sense of values. Values like fairness, decency, common sense, and respect for one another. It's a feared pride in the place that we live and the belief that we are stronger together. Cornwall has all of that and more. We have the language, we have the culture, we have the identity, we have the pride, resilience, and community spirit. So today, one of the motions before this council calls for Cornwall to officially be recognised as the 5th nation of the United Kingdom. Not as a slogan or a branding exercise, but as a statement of fact and a declaration of intent. We're ready to take our place, we're ready to be heard, and we're ready to shape our future on our terms. We're making this case for better funding, better representation. We're making it for a stronger place in the union that we have contributed to for centuries. This is about ensuring that Cornwall's future is not decided solely in Whitehall or Westminster, but here, by us, for us, from Land's End to the Tamar, from the Lizard to the Bude. Every part of Cornwall has a stake in this. Every voice matters, and every community belongs in this conversation. We will continue to work with partners from town and parish councils to community groups and businesses to shape solutions that work locally. We will work across party lines wherever we can to champion the common good, and we will not be afraid to speak up for Cornwall, even when it's inconvenient for those in power, because this is our future, and it's time to show what Cornwall is made of.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Leader. Well, if you keep on, I'm going to have just adjourn the meeting again. This is not the way to do it. If you Number 9, motions. It's important for members to be aware that under Procedure Rule 12.4, any motions that have been moved and seconded stand referred to the relevant committee unless I exercise my discretion to allow the motion to be dealt with at the meeting at which it is brought forward, where it is considered to be convenient and conducive to the dispatch of business. I will confirm my decision on each of the new motions at the relevant point in the agenda. But please note that I've been allocated 2 hours in total for the motions that are going to be debated, so I'd encourage members not to repeat points made by other members. So item 9.1, if I can, and I'm using my discretion to enable the motion to be debated today. I will therefore ask Councillor Alvey to move and Councillor Ewart to second the motion set out on page 13 of the agenda pack. Councillor Alvey.
Thank you, Chairman. Does anybody want to buy a boat? I've just looked on what's available locally on Facebook Marketplace. How about a tiny looking 1972 Hurley 20-foot sailing yacht, yours for only £800 or near offer? If you can't sail, £800 is a bit expensive. How about a 16-foot motorboat with a cabin, trailer included? Quote, all it needs is a bit of paint and an engine. Just 350 quid. Boat ownership is cheap, right? If only. But it's easy. No formal exchange of owner details are needed, and this is the nub of the issue. The chances are that these boats could soon be abandoned up a creek near you. In February, Councillors Ewart, Rich and I attended the inaugural meeting of Wreck-Free, Fowl and Helford at the Maritime Museum in Falmouth, along with a wide range of stakeholders. While there, Councillor Ewart and I agreed that if re-elected, we would bring a motion to full council as a call to action to raise the profile of this real and growing issue, particularly here in Cornwall. In preparing this motion, I reached out to all members representing coastal and estuarine divisions seeking their support, and I'm delighted that 15 colleagues from across the chamber have also put their names to this motion. The motion itself is intentionally quite measured, firstly to enable it to be debated today, but also in recognition of the fact that while there is strong consensus among the many stakeholders that this is a complex issue that needs tackling from several directions, there isn't currently consensus on the most appropriate solutions. Put simply, when a boat reaches the end of its usable life, it's too expensive to make seaworthy. It quickly moves from being someone's pride and joy to being an expensive liability that is costly to dispose of responsibly. That final owner may be impossible to identify or may be in no position to pay for scrappage. Abandonment is the easy way out. Supporting this motion will see Cornwall Council publicly highlight that something needs to change both locally and nationally by asking the government to introduce tougher legislation to combat the increasing threat of abandoned vessels to our marine environment. You will also see
30 seconds.
Our maritime manager's response to the motion that locally some of our harbour authorities and the voluntary sector are already doing as much as they can, but they need more tools at their disposal. I know that Jane Kirkham MP will champion our call for action if we agree to lobby the government. So please support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Alvey. Councillor Ewart.
Thank you, Chair. So this motion has its roots in the last council term when I was regularly in touch with the Councillor Alvey, then the Cabinet Member for the Environment, about a problem that just wouldn't go away: dumped fiberglass boats in the estuaries across my division. When I raised it with Councillor Alvey, the response I got was honest but frustrating. There's very little we can do. And that wasn't just unsatisfactory for me and Councillor Alvey, it was deeply disappointing for the residents who live near these waterways and see this mess growing. Let's be clear, Cornwall is home to some of the most stunning waterways in the country. Many are protected, SSIs, national landscape areas, and other designations that speak to their value. But if someone dumped a rusting car or a broken caravan in the middle of a Cornish national landscape, we'd be up in arms. Yet somehow, because it's in the water, we're expected to just accept it. That's not good enough. There is a gap in legislation, plain and simple, and it's one that's letting down our communities and our environment. Long term, I'd love to see a national registration scheme for boats, something that brings accountability and traceability. But in the meantime, we need to work together across the Duchy. That means bringing in stakeholders, listening to local voices, and yes, lobbying government and our MPs to take this seriously. We've already seen the MP for Truro and Falmouth, Jane Kirkham, is on board. Total pun intended, sorry. If we can do that, we might just shift the dial, and we owe it to our communities and Cornwall's natural beauty to try. So please support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ewart. Now, anyone want to speak on this, raise your hands. You keep your hands up, because we don't know all your names at the minute.
Can I just say, members, I'm just getting used to the new faces, so we've got you down now anyway. Sorry, Chairman.
We're not that sure with the old faces. Right, start off with Councillor Kenny, followed by Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to make an appeal for the areas where we don't have harbour masters at control. River Gannel, the most beautiful place in the world. It's not managed by anyone. We have boats that are going there for just mooring up because it's free. But we also have a pile of rotting rowboats. God knows if any of them are actually used or not. We have a boat with a large hole in it, known as the blue boat. There's not much blue left at the moment. Town council are endeavouring to deal with it. This is such a good motion, but we need all of this. As far as I'm concerned, this is just fly tipping. I don't understand why it's fly tipping when it's on the road, but not fly tipping when it's on the side of a river.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins, then Councillor Rich.
Thank you, Chair. Members who know me will know that I don't have any coastal features in my area. However, we do have boats, and people pull up their boats onto a piece of land and then don't know what to do with them. And there are a lot of boat projects that reach the end of their life, and there is no easy way for someone to get rid of them. I know this because I have 2 boats on my land, neither of which I own, which I'm struggling to find a way to deal with. So the idea of having some sort of scrappage scheme or some sort of dedicated places that boats can be taken to, I think is really, really important. And it's a cross-Cornwall issue. It's not just the coastal areas. So I totally support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Rich, then Councillor Rowe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, just generally speaking, in this country, there is a move at the moment to dealing with waste, through extended producer responsibility, and you can see it happening in other things. Things we buy in the shops, plastic. You know, it's just this principle of producer pays. And at the moment, unlike France, where there is a producer pays scheme, a national scrappage scheme, we just don't have that. And I think partly to do with, we do have some very powerful lobbies. You know, it's a parliamentary issue, essentially, if you want to change the law. And I think moving that into the issue of boat ownership will be a really big step forward. It could take a very long time, though, because it'll have to get through Parliament, and you obviously need all the MPs signed up to it. So right now, locally in Cornwall, I think, actually, you know, I'm really happy to support this motion brought forward by Councillor Alvey. We did it, you know, there are some really good people in Cornwall. Clean Ocean Sailing, there's Jake who runs Wreck Free Falmouth and Halford, who are actually doing quite a lot of work on this. And I think, yeah, we're not going to change everything overnight with this motion, but I think it's a step in the right direction. And I know that at the moment, basically, if it's a council import, it's the taxpayer picking up the bill for these boats that are being dumped. You know, why should people who aren't anything to do with boating have to be picking up the pieces? So this is actually a way for getting local stakeholders together and having our own kind of mini version of what they do in France locally, where I think there's actually a lot of positivity about it. So if we do support this motion today, I think people out there in that kind of area will be listening to us and they'll take it seriously. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Rowe, then Councillor German.
Thank you, Chair. I have the Penrhyn River in my ward in Penwys. It is not only a place of leisure, it has a working wharf that employs many people. We have many abandoned boats that leak oil and diesel into the river, and often when the tide comes in and out, you can see a sheen of oil over the top of the water, which has a huge environmental detrimental impact. Many of these boats come adrift in storms and foul up the waterways, causing environmental harm and a danger to other shipping. And it's really akin to somebody parking a big lorry in an AONB or a national park and allowing it to spill oil and diesel and microplastics. You know, we would certainly want to do something about that, so I fully support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor German, followed by Councillor Cropper.
Miraz Braz Cador, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak on this motion. I just wanted a little bit of clarity what the motion is trying to seek. So we heard it reported that the previous cabinet members said that there was nothing that we could do about this. And this motion is seeking to commit the council and stakeholders to consider and lobby government to consider. So it's obvious that we're using influencing powers, convening powers, rather than any statutory powers that we have here. So it's great to hear the leader talking about tackling problems courageously and using our convening power to bring people together and hopefully make a positive difference for the residents of Cornwall. The motion says to work with stakeholders, etc., across for the estuaries of Cornwall and beyond. So my question is, what does "and beyond" mean? Are we using Cornwall Council's convening power within the nation of Cornwall, or are we looking to do this across the whole of the state? And in which case, are Cornwall Council happy to undertake the financial costs of working with stakeholders across the whole of the state? If "and beyond" is superfluous, then perhaps we might want to strike that from the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask Councillor Alves to address that when he sums up at the end. Councillor Cropper, followed by Councillor Blackman. Sorry, Councillor Gripper, I can't read the writing. Councillor Gripper, followed by Councillor Blackman.
Thank you, Chair. If it don't float, it's not a boat. So I first heard that phrase from Terry Waters, who's one of the founding members of the Friends of Myler Creek in my division. They're a determined group of volunteers who are working to clean up the creek, whether that's tackling the problem of abandoned boats or pressing for action on sewage dumping. In Flushing, Sailors Creek CIC have removed 9 end-of-life vessels alongside tons of rubbish from the creek over the past 5 years. And they've even found homes for some of those old boats at Glastonbury. I want to pay tribute to them and to Jake at Wreck Free Fowl in Halford, who has really pushed this issue forwards. I attended that initial meeting back in February, and the range of people in the room who, it really showed the concern about the issue and the appetite from the community to find practical solutions. We know the serious environmental impact. This is a problem which is only going to grow bigger as more and more fiberglass boats reach the end of their lives. Community groups are pressing for action, and it's time for this council to step up and make sure that we are doing everything that we can to tackle the issue, whether that's directly, in partnership with others, or by lobbying for change at the national level. We do need the government to take this issue more seriously, and I'm pleased to see that Lib Dem MPs and peers have already been asking questions and raising this issue with ministers in Parliament. The government's attitude seems to be, you've got the powers, crack on, and that's just not good enough. We need affordable routes to dispose of boats safely and responsibly. We need an owner registration scheme like we have for cars, and we need joined-up action to avoid pushing the problem elsewhere. And all of these things require national action. I'm not a sailor myself, but in my part of Cornwall, you're never far from someone who is. The Fal and its creeks and tributaries are a really special part of the world. Sailor or landlubber, we all want to keep them that way, and I hope that all members will support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Blackman, followed by Councillor Muster.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm probably not going to make many friends in this chamber, but I feel that Mr. Public is being regulated to death. I would like to see a creative and constructive solution looked at before we introduce another tax, another regulation. I grew up on a creek, playing, using boats on a regular basis, and it wasn't much of a problem, but what I do remember is how the cost of moorings escalated. And I think whoever is taking the money for moorings should bear some of the burden for dealing with the problems that are created. And as I said, I just would like to make a call for a creative and constructive solution before we start bringing in another regulation and something else the council has to take care of. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Muster.
Thank you, Chair. I had a sinking feeling when I saw this motion come up today, but on reviewing its content, I was pleased to see it with its sensible and practicable steps to actually achieve something. This is exactly the sort of motion that we as Cornwall councillors should be supporting. Now, I don't have any navigable river estuaries in my coastal patch, but I am very familiar with the issues that will be familiar to councillors such as Alvey and Ewart as a visitor to their divisions, and seeing some of the sorry sights of boats that in some places litter the creeks and riverbanks near Truro and around Arraine. And I completely identify with Councillor Kenny's comments on this essentially being fly tipping by just another way. I wanted to bring to Chamber's attention that I actually recently encountered a boat dumped in a lay-by in my division. I genuinely did not know what to do with it, but after having taken advice from officers, I'm pleased to say that if a dumped boat is on a trailer, it can actually be reported as an abandoned vehicle, so you can report it as such. I'm really pleased to support this motion and hope it will be supported by the wider chamber today, so that we as a council will no longer be up the proverbial creek without the paddle in dealing with abandoned boats in Cornwall. Thank you.
Thank you. That comes to the end of my list, so we go back to Councillor Alvey for you to sum up and perhaps Sorry. Councillor Rogers, we've missed you off the list there. Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. As Chair of Harbours, I just wanted to add my support to the motion. I think we have an impending crisis when it comes to abandoned boats. If you look recently at boats that have been abandoned in Penzance Harbour, you've got more recently the issues around the Compton Castle in Truro. These cost hundreds of thousands of pounds to remove. If we don't deal with boats that are coming to the end of their life early enough, then the costs really escalate to this council. So, I fully support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Alvey, we'll come back to you for summing up. Bear in mind what Councillor German has said.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, first of all, then to address the point made by Councillor German and the and beyond. Well, I think the first thing to say is that even when you're looking at the Tamar and the liner, there's an element of and beyond there, because the Harbour Authority is the King's Harbour Master, who is based across the river in Plymouth. But I think the key point here is that this has got to be a national consultation, and so we have to be a part of that. Boats are bought and sold internationally, but also nationally. So, for example, if we are talking about a registration, then somebody who buys a boat outside Cornwall and brings it to Cornwall, we also need to consider how that fits within the terms of the motion. And just briefly also, Councillor Blackman's point, I think the key thing about this motion, it isn't saying we must have a registration scheme. What it is doing is starting that conversation to recognise there is a problem and looking at a way to a solution. So I'll say no more at this point other than to encourage people to...
Chairman, procedural rule point of clarification. Can we therefore confirm that this motion is committing Cornwall Council to undertake consultation across the state? Thank you.
Being told we're being asked to engage with national stakeholders, not to have a consultation across the nation. So at that point, we'll go to the vote. If you'd like to vote on your screens, I support one.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
That's carried. We move on to 9.2. Responding to the Supreme Court's recent clarification of the Equality Act, proposer Councillor Lyon, seconder Councillor Clements. In accordance with Council Procedure Rule 12.4, I'm referring this motion to Cabinet because the subject matter is one which comes within the function of Cabinet. As per Council Procedure Rules, Councillor Lyon, as the proposer of the motion, is now permitted 3 minutes to explain the context of the motion. Councillor Lyon.
Chair, members, officers and members of the public, thank you for the opportunity to speak to my motion, which calls on Cornwall Council to act in response to the Supreme Court's recent clarification of the definition of sex in the Equality Act 2010. While the motion will be deferred to Cabinet, I appreciate the chance to explain its importance here today. In April, the Supreme Court unanimously confirmed that the terms man, woman and sex in the Equality Act refer to biological sex, not gender identity, even when someone holds a gender recognition certificate. The ruling clarifies that sex, sexual orientation and gender reassignment are separate protected characteristics, recognising that people who share those characteristics have distinct vulnerabilities, disadvantages and needs. This ruling brings essential clarity and legal consistency across all public services and a welcome resolution to a 10-year period of legal, political and social discord and confusion. As a council, we are responsible for ensuring that that our services are lawful and respectful of everyone's rights. In most areas of life and in most interactions with council services, a person's sex is not an issue. Fortunately, we live in an evolved democracy where men and women work together, access services equally, and can dress and express themselves however they wish, within the bounds of common decency. There is no need for different or separate treatment for men and women when taking the bus, applying for planning permission, or putting the bins out. But where sex matters, it matters fundamentally. For example, in women's domestic abuse refuges, where being able to guarantee a single-sex environment is essential for meeting the needs of the beneficiaries of that service. In toilets and changing rooms where the well-established social convention of respecting single-sex rules delivers the objective of ensuring privacy and dignity. In sports, where fairness and safety rely on recognising sex-based differences. In our workforce, where data around recruitment, pay gap monitoring and leadership targets must be based on biological sex for legal accuracy. For understanding our communities, where clear and accurate sex-based statistics on health, employment, crime, and a range of other topics are essential to help us design better services that meet everyone's needs. For safeguarding.
30 seconds.
In schools and children's services and adult social care, safeguarding relies on transparency around people's sex so we can prioritise the safety of the vulnerable people in our care. It's understandable that those who may have previously been led to believe that they had changed sex under the law may feel disappointed by the ruling. They need reassurance that their rights will continue to be protected. For the last 10 years, there's been a vacuum of leadership in public life on this issue, which has led to hundreds and thousands of pounds of public money being spent defending legal cases.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lyon. We move on to item 9.3, devolution of Cornwall, proposer Councillor Cole, seconder Councillor Gow. In accordance with Council Procedure 12.4, I am using my discretion to enable the motion to be debated today. I will therefore ask Councillor Cole to move and Councillor Gow to second the motion set out in page 29 of the agenda pack. Councillor Cole.
Thank you. Members, we have all been elected as representatives of Cornish communities. This is indeed a great privilege, and linked to this privilege is our duty to stand up for Cornwall. And standing up for Cornwall is what this motion is all about. When it was drafted, the English Devolution Bill had yet to be published, This has now happened, and in moving this proposition, I would ask that the second bullet point is modified to notes that the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill has been published. I have forwarded this tweet to Democratic Services so it can be updated on the screen. We should all be proud that in recent months, politicians of all shades have repeatedly come together to make the case for more powers for Cornwall. I recall that it was not long after the general election that all 6 Cornish MPs came together with group leaders from across this authority to co-sign a letter to the government seeking greater autonomy. We have also been consistent in making the case for a new democratic settlement that properly reflects Cornwall's position as one of the 5 historic nations of the UK, very much linked to the national minority status of the Cornish. I remain disappointed that ministers in Westminster have yet to address these representations, and I'm disappointed that the new legislation, focusing on regionalisation and combined or mayoral authorities, does not include a tailored deal for Cornwall. The Leader of the Council has made it clear that he is committed to securing meaningful devolution, whilst also protecting the integrity of our Celtic nation as a political unit. I believe he is right in doing this. 6 months ago, this chamber overwhelmingly backed a motion similar to this one. We have since had an election, and this motion has been brought forward for us to, hopefully, reaffirm the previous position of this authority and give our public backing to Councillor Frost's efforts and those of his administration and indeed people across this wider council. It is my hope that we all agree with the Leader's position that we want greater powers for Cornwall so we are able to do more for our residents. I do accept there may be varying views about what form devolution for Cornwall might take, and I look forward to such discussions. But the purpose of this motion today is to bring people together by focusing on our support for the principle of proper devolution on a Cornwall footprint. We have 1,000 years of history and a
30 seconds.
Thank you. We have 1,000 years of history and a myriad of reasons, cultural, economic, environmental, linguistic, social, as to why we need to stand together and maintain our unity in pushing for that meaningful and bespoke settlement for Cornwall. As democratically elected representatives of Cornwall, please make one and all proud by sending this strong message to Westminster. And please back this important motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole has made a slight amendment to the proposal, recognising that the bill's being published. And what we have to do at this point is the meeting just has to agree that slight amendment, and you can do that with a show of hands. So everyone is happy with that slight amendment, just recognising that the bill's being published and we can get on. Thank you. Any against? Lovely. Move on to Councillor Gow then, if you'd like to second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillors, officers, members of the public, Ditha. Today we're being asked to consider a bill which would see Cornwall absorbed into a wider South West Strategic Mayoral Authority. This may be presented as a step forwards, but I believe it's a step backwards. This motion today, therefore, does not just relate to the governance of Cornwall, but to the very principle of local democracy and respect for our cultural identity. Let me be clear. This is not about being anti-Devon, not about being anti-England, but simply about being pro-Cornwall. We value our neighbours. We welcome dialogue, cooperation, and a shared endeavour where it serves mutual interests. However, this is not just a question of partnership, it's a question of identity. Cornwall's not just a county. We are a distinct Celtic entity, and that should be reflected in the recognition of Cornwall as the 5th nation of the United Kingdom. Our language, our culture, and our history are not just regional quirks, they're protected national characteristics reflected under the Framework Convention for National Minorities. That reflection must mean something. It must be reflected in how we are governed. Our communities have specific needs, specific priorities, and a unique sense of place. And we have a right to shape our own future. Cornwall Council previously supported a motion which called for devolution on a Cornwall-only footprint. Since then, the Council and our Cornish MPs have worked constructively with the government to secure powers which reflect our needs and our aspirations. But what the government is proposing now is not an extension of that work, it's a reversal of it. This motion is not a rejection of progress. Instead, we insist that progress must be rooted in consent, in identity, and in the principle that decisions about Cornwall must be made in Cornwall. I urge this Council to reaffirm its commitment to a bespoke devolution deal. Let us send a message to Westminster. We will not be led into a structure which does not reflect who we are. Let Cornwall speak for itself as the proud, capable, and distinct Celtic people that we are. Miraz.
Thank you. Right, anyone want to speak, put your hands up and keep them up, please. Councillor Tudor. Okay, so Councillor Tudor, then Councillor Jenkins.
Didn't expect to go first. So I really would have liked to have been able to lend my full support to this motion. And there's much of it that I agree with. However, for me, one part of it is a reach too far. Just the ask, it asks too much. So calling for the government to formally recognise Cornwall as one of the 5 nations of the United Kingdom, that's the bit that I just can't go along with. I consider myself a British citizen, also with a bit of a heavy heart. I still consider myself a citizen of Europe. And I'm concerned, among other things, about the potential cultural and political differences that recognising Cornwall as a separate nation could lead to in creating divide between those who see themselves as Cornish and those who identify primarily as English or British. And then there's the risk of the increased administration costs, of the new governance structures, duplication of services, leading to higher council taxes for the Cornish people, potentially. So one of the reasons I understand that Councillor Cole is bringing this motion forward is because Cornwall has a smaller and generally less affluent population compared to other parts of the UK. And I completely understand that and see his motivations. But however, that limited tax base could potentially mean higher per capita taxes to maintain comparable services. So whilst there are potential cultural and political benefits to recognising Cornwall as a distinct nation within the UK, the potential risks for the Cornish taxpayer and potential negative aspects to our local communities, including increased taxation, higher public administration costs, economic uncertainty, reduced access to shared UK resources and social or political divisions means that, again, with a heavy heart, I cannot fully support this motion as it is laid out.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins and then Councillor Ball.
Miraz Kaderia. Oni re Vian, Oni re Bahozek, pure war. Are we too small? Are we too poor? Who knows? But that's not the point, is it? The point is we need to have a voice. And the voice for Cornwall needs to be based on Cornwall. What that voice is will be determined by democratic judgment. At some point in the future, we might want to have a different governance structure, but that would be something that the people of Cornwall decided. Not in this chamber, not today. What we do today is to reaffirm, as we have before, our recognition of Cornwall as a distinct entity within the Isles of Britain. And that distinct entity is protected by the framework protection of national minorities. So the Cornish are recognised as a national minority, but what we need is the area of Cornwall to be recognised as a distinct place. We were talking earlier about sense of place and the importance of sense of place. The leader was saying that. This place is the place where we all are, whatever our ethnic background, whatever our communities, whatever our gender or gender reassignment or whatever, we are all citizens of this place. And this place deserves to be recognised as having a voice and having the ability to make our own decisions without having to be told by Westminster what we should be doing and who we should be doing it with. We should be negotiating from a position of strength, and that all this motion is doing is enabling our leader to negotiate with Westminster government from a position of strength to ensure that we have a genuine voice for Cornwall, which will benefit our Cornish taxpayers and benefit our Cornish citizens and benefit the future of all the young people in Cornwall who are wanting to have that voice. So I'd ask members to please support this motion in its entirety. It is nothing different from what we've said before, and it is what
30 seconds.
Give our leader the opportunity to make the case for Cornwall to Westminster with strong backing from all of us. Miraz, on and hagol.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ball, and then Councillor O'Connor.
Miraz Chair, Miraz, Councillor Cole, for bringing this at this very timely moment when the English bill has just been published. And it's exactly that, it's the English devolution bill. It has no state of Cornish in there at all. So I will be fully supporting this. We want full devolution for Cornwall, and we deserve it here in Cornwall. So I fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Connor, followed by Councillor Ashton.
Thank you, Chair. I spent a bit of time looking at this yesterday, and where do I start with this? I fully understand where this is coming from. Look, I've been here with my family for a couple of decades now, and I identify as Cornish, but also as British. It feels like I'm being asked to choose one or the other. I refuse to do that. I am both. I'm proud to be both. So I looked at some of the risks associated with this, and I looked at both documents. I looked at the motion, and I also looked at the devolution deal from UK Gov website. And looking at two of those things, let's have a look at some of the issues with moving to a level 3 devolution deal. Increased governance and complexity costs. The shift towards a level 3 deal is tied to change in governance, specifically considering a directly elected mayor. And I know the leader has talked about that somewhat. This introduces a new layer of bureaucracy and potentially higher administrative costs, diverting resources away from vital economic initiatives. Loss of national economic stability. We stress the importance of Cornwall's strong national unity and economic stability in both documents. A level 3 deal with its increased autonomy risks distancing Cornwall from national economic policies and potentially leading to mismatched economic strategies. This could exacerbate existing economic vulnerabilities. Reduced access to funding. Whilst a level 2 deal secures 10 million in capital funding, a level 3 deal's terms are undefined. However, the context of those documents suggests any move towards increased devolved powers could be linked to complex funding arrangements, potentially reducing Cornwall's access to vital national investment streams. So given the above concerns, how does this motion and how do we instill confidence with the public that this is the right choice? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashton, then Councillor McGowan.
Thank you. Councillor Cole started by making a statement, stand up for Cornwall. Of course, all of us here would share that. All of us would say, yes, we do need to stand up for Cornwall, and we would support that statement. We already have a very strong culture.
Sorry, can you speak into your mic? We can't hear you.
We already have a very strong culture. We are a county of significance. We have a special nature, recognition, identity. But going towards a fifth nation, I think, is a step too far at this moment in time. I'm not sure how the people of Cornwall will react to this direction. Have we asked them? Are we intending to ask them? As we all know, there are major shifts going on across the whole of this nation, across people's perspectives and understandings and directions, and Cornwall is not immune to that either. People's views are changing politically. So how can we be sure that the views of our communities are going to be listened to, particularly when we talk about a mayoral statement and that direction which will inevitably come? So I don't think there's any guarantee of funding, given what I read in the devolution statements, except for the settlement itself. And I think there are too many holes in what I read, too many uncertainties that would leave us in quite a difficult position if we put all our energy into this. So there's still many outstanding questions that need to be clarified. So I don't underestimate also, and we shouldn't underestimate, what this would lead to in terms of radical reorganisation of the council and what a costly exercise that might prove to be at a time when we need to be pouring all our resources into the very best for our Cornwall people. So I'm not committed to this at all, this motion, although I can agree with much of the sentiment and much of what's been stated, just as Councillor Tudor has expressed as well. So I'm against this motion.
Thank you. Councillor McGowan, then Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can people hear me okay? Thank you. The Labour Group is happy to support this motion. It identifies positive...
We're struggling to hear you, Councillor. Best if you sit. You're a bit too tall.
Thank you. The Labour Group is happy to support this motion. It identifies many positive steps to progress meaningful devolution for Cornwall within the context of the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill. I'm also pleased to see the omission of point 4 of the previous motion, which was tabled at full council on the 21st of January. This required local members to not countenance any cross-border combined authority deals. This particular element of the motion caused concern because in theory it prevented important and meaningful discussion with government, MPs, regional partners, fellow members, local businesses and our constituents on one of the most important political issues facing us today. We recognise the importance and sensitivity of this important subject, which is why we support ongoing productive debate on the issue, pursuing the best arrangements to ensure a healthy and prosperous Cornwall. I personally believe Brexit provides a recent and relevant example of the possible economic and social impacts of withdrawal from strategic funding arrangements. Though fully respecting the democratic outcome of that vote, it's hard to deny that Cornwall has seen a negative economic impact, with farming, fishing and companies that export internationally, some of those sectors directly affected. It's vital that we remain engaged with all stakeholders, undertake appropriate social and economic impact assessments to fully understand the impact on our communities. With that in mind, I'm happy to support this motion and look forward to being involved in ongoing debate to benefit the whole of Cornwall through meaningful devolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Frost, then Councillor Marrington.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So obviously this is something that's very important to me, and I just want to dispel a few myths. So as it currently stands, the government have no intention of doing any further mayoral devolution deals in this Parliament. So even if I decided right now that I wanted to join a combined authority and have a mayor, and I would work towards that, it wouldn't happen. So it's an irrelevant argument to talk about the what-ifs. But actually, what we've got is a space to fight for what we want. And there's a reality. We can talk about our population, but the reality is we are a larger population than the Bahamas, Iceland, Malta, the Seychelles, all sovereign nations. We're not asking to be a sovereign nation. We are asking to be identified within Britain. No one is asking you to choose between Cornwall and Britain. That is a nonsense. What we are saying is that Cornwall is a place. It is a place that in fact and in reality has existed longer than England, right? That is a fact. We're not saying we're going to cut off the Tamar and leave Britain. I'm a proud British man, but I'm also a proud Cornishman. And I believe in Cornwall we have to be respected. And now is the time to act courageously for that. It's done well for Scotland, it's done well for Wales, and why can't it do well for Cornwall? And I tell you what, if we don't try, we won't know, will we? So now is the opportunity, now is the time. Stand up and be counted, fight for Cornwall, and let's aim for the stars, because you never know, we might actually get something good out of it.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Marrington and Councillor Mike Thomas.
Yeah, I wasn't going to speak to this, but similarly to, as Councillor Frost has just very well said, I think politics is sort of the last, sometimes things are very black and white, or they feel very black and white, and I think, for me, supporting this, it doesn't feel like that at all. We can create this compelling narrative for Cornwall, and I look at Wales and Scotland, and I think, hang on, what's different? We can be a Wales or a Scotland, potentially we can be there. But we can also collaborate and we can work constructively across borders and cooperate. So I think sometimes things get very, very polarised and black and white, and I didn't see that at all. And I think also another thing that struck me was Cornwall's existed for a very long time. Governments come and go, they're very fickle. At the moment, it feels like there's a capitulation into us having to fall into a box that the government says everything must fall into these neat little boxes. And again, I just think that politics and governance isn't like that. We can create that really compelling narrative for why Cornwall can exist on its own and do its own things, and it knows how to work. But we can work with other partners too, and I don't see that they're mutually, exclusive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Thomas, then Councillor Towell.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't intending to speak for this item, but my colleague to my left inspired me by her comments. I feel I'm Welsh, by the way, born in Wales, but having lived here since '79, I feel I was born here aged 23, so I feel Cornish. And I feel we're at the same place we were in Wales in the 60s, where we were sort of seen as a province of England. And for me, the change in Wales has been dramatic in its cultural. In terms of economy, I'm not sure things might have been any different if they stayed as part of England, but certainly the feeling of Councillor Marrington says, when I'm in Cardiff, the sense of wealth and cultural wealth, which being devolved from England is immense. And I think the item there of getting recognition of being the fifth nation is a cultural recognition, and obviously it's got political huge connotations, but that acceptance would seem to me a positive way forward, that we could work and see how that developed. The importance for me is that the language, the culture, shows that we have so much individuality compared to other parts of England, which we are technically part of. But for me, when I first moved here, the similarity with Wales was so abundant. There was so much similarity in the way people behaved and their culture, that I really feel that strongly that pursuing the fifth nation status is something that we should go down that road and really ask fervently for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Towell, then Councillor Cader.
Thank you, Chairman. I have no problem with 90% of what we're looking at here in this motion. But my sticking point is, again, this question of the fifth nation, which I think lets down the whole motion to a great degree, and I can't support it. I've been listening to the debate, and I've heard Scotland and Wales be cited as examples. Of course, they've always been separate from England, but for a lot of recent history, they've had no devolution at all. So one doesn't necessarily follow the other. And of course, London has been quite heavily devolved, although it's not the model we're looking for. London is still a part of England and has its own devolution. So I'm not convinced with those examples, and I really struggle to look my fellow Cornishmen in the eye and ask them to choose, which I would have to do, between my Cornish identity, my proud Cornish identity, and my English identity. The leader is quite right. We're not being asked to choose between Cornwall and Britain, but we are being asked to choose between Cornwall and England. And that is my problem with this motion, and I don't see the two identities as being mutually exclusive. I think they can fit together very well. And nobody in Cornwall has been consulted with what we are discussing. So I'm afraid I cannot support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Cador, then Councillor Tarrant.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. The question that I've got is that, yes, I'm English, but I've married a Truro maid. Been married now 33 years. Been told that I've got to be married to one of them for 30 years to be accepted. So I consider myself accepted. The question that I've got is that you want us to be separate, but can't we sort out our problems that we've got here already? The county's cut in half. One half of the county is a TR postcode. The other half of the county is a Papa Lima postcode, which is Devon. Not Cornwall, it's Devon. And there's nearly 500,000 houses that are affected by this. That's not been sorted, and that needs to be sorted as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tarrant and Councillor Candy.
Well, I am a proud Cornishman, and I have, my family have lived here for generations. They're proud Cornish farmers, so I think I can speak from there. I'm not against this in sentiment, but when you cite Welsh and Scotland, that's a nightmare scenario to me. I don't think they fared very well at all. The residents that voted me in, well, that's been cited. You can put your hand up. That's been cited. The residents that voted me in do not want this. We had a mayoral consultation. None of the residents of Cornwall wanted it. They were very vociferous about that. So, although I'm not against it in sentiment, I'm against. I will not be voting for this for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candy, then Hodgetts.
Thank you, Chair. One of the speakers said that we haven't consulted the people of Cornwall. Many of us did by knocking on doors during the last election, and the sentiment was that we do not want a mayor and we need to preserve our Cornish identity, and I will be supporting this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hodgetts, then Councillor German.
Yes, I too, prior to the 1st of May, knocked on an awful lot of doors, and I didn't find anybody who wanted Devon. I didn't come across anybody who wanted a mayor for Cornwall. There is huge support out there, and people have been consulted. And I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor German, then Councillor Donithorn.
Thank you, Chairman. I think there's some deliberate or just unfounded mixing up here, because we're not talking about imposing a mayor. We're not talking about the English devolution system. We're talking about a bespoke devolution to Cornwall. and that can be done in whatever ways. And Councillor Cole, in his opening remarks, said that he looked forward to having the discussion about how devolution might look, but this is about the principle of getting devolution. We've heard that we can't resolve our own problems. That's because we don't have the powers. We've just heard that we can't remove boats off abandoned boats off beaches because we don't have the powers. We can only convene some people together to talk about it. We can't make anyone do anything. So that's what devolution is about, gaining the powers. So please look at what the motion actually says. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Donithorne.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I congratulate Councillor Cole. It's not often a motion that will bring Councillor German and myself together, but I absolutely agree with what Councillor German has said, and I kind of feel like I'm in a parallel debate where the motion says one thing and speakers are referring to another. Cornwall is a sensible, mature and historic political and economic entity that is a sensible footprint for meaningful devolution from government. Now, I don't agree with everything in the English devolution bill, but we do have the space here where Cornwall Council, through the leader and a cross-party delegation, can continue the call that has been made by Cornwall's 6 MPs, that Cornwall is that entity for meaningful devolution. We all, I think, believe and support meaningful, enhanced and mature devolution for Cornwall because it gives us the powers that we need in this chamber to make and improve the lives of our residents. That's what we're here for. And there are, I've sat in Cabinet over the last administration, and we have all been in those conversations where we want to do something or go further than the current legislation or framework allows. But this is not about a level 3 devolution deal. This is not about a mayoral combined authority, because those words are not in this motion. But what would be useful is if this council chamber can speak with one voice today to support this motion, give the leader the authority as well as our MPs to make sure that in this space, and it's rare in politics that you have space to be able to have those long-term conversations, as the bill goes through Parliament, is that we have that space and the time to reaffirm that Cornwall is that sensible, historic, mature political and cultural and economic footprint that would mean meaningful devolution could change people's lives in Cornwall for the better.
Thank you. Thank you. There being nobody else on my list, I go back to Councillor Cole for you to sum up.
Thank you. Quite a few people have done my job for me by pointing out we're not talking about a mayor, we're not talking about independence, we're not talking about imposing anything. Okay, listen, the Welsh are a national minority. And Wales, the historic territory of the Welsh, is a nation. The two go together. You can't have one without the other. Now, the Cornish are a national minority. They're recognised by the UK government, all the political parties in London, I understand. So by extrapolation, Cornwall is a nation. That's not a radical statement. That's just historic. And this motion is about coming together to get more powers for Cornwall. I resent the statements that it's somehow divisive. We're talking about more powers for Cornwall, where people will be elected to do their best for the people of Cornwall. I'm not saying Cornish people, I'm saying the people of Cornwall. Everybody, one and all. Everyone's involved, everyone's making decisions, everyone's got a vote. It's positive. Councillor O'Connor, you said you don't want to make a choice between being British and Cornish. I'm not asking you to. I'm Cornish and I'm British, and that will be the way it will forever be in my life. This is about devolution, trying to get more powers for Cornwall, the historic nation of Cornwall, within the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. It's about moving power away from London and Westminster and going into places like Cornwall, where we should be making more decisions ourselves. I'm going to be cheeky now. I think some of you put out some election leaflets saying, let's make Cornwall great again. Let's go for it, shall we? I'll just finish. I mean, people have made comments about Wales. I remember I was actually in Cardiff the night they voted for devolution. And obviously I followed it. It was the first time they ever let me on television, but they didn't let me speak. And I followed it and how their democracy has grown, how they've got more powers. They're able to do so much more. And that's just not happened in Cornwall. And can I give you an example to finish before we go to the vote?
30 seconds.
Thank you, Anita. In Wales and Scotland, they've got meaningful devolution. So when you go to an NHS hospital, you can park for free thanks to devolution. In Cornwall, we have an integrated care board. Oh no, we don't. It's just been abolished because it's being shifted to be merged outside of Cornwall. So there's an example. More powers, more local control. Down here, we're having the opposite. Please rise above some of the stuff you said and please come together on this motion. It is about standing up for Cornwall. It really is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cole. The vote will now be opened. Please vote for, against, abstain using the options on the microphone base.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
Okay, that's carried 53 for, 22 against with 2 abstentions. And remarkably, we're on time for lunch. So if you'd like to break and be back in here, it's whatever time we said. 25 past, oh, that's too long. 25 past 1, please, members. Good afternoon, members. Let's get on, shall we? We're slightly late. Agenda 9.4, on still motions. Safeguarding Cornwall's health priorities. Proposer, Councillor Chopak. Seconder, Councillor Creek. In accordance with the Council Procedure Rule 12.4, I'm using my discretion to enable this motion to be debated today. I will therefore ask Councillor Chopak to move and Councillor Creek to second the motion set out on page 35 of the agenda pack. Councillor Chopak.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me have a conversation. I think it's probably more what we're going to be talking about for the minute. I'm also a little bit disappointed that I wasn't straight after the previous motion, because Dick set me up really well to have a conversation about Cornwall and Devon. So anyway, just to give you a tiny little bit of background, because obviously I'm the new chair of the Health and Adult Social Care Review and Scrutiny Committee. I've got some great new members on that committee, but also I wanted to thank the previous members of that committee. I'm looking at certain people, because some of what we're going to talk about in a minute, excuse me, is actually been a long-standing item of of that particular committee. What I think has changed since the election is around what's happening in the health service generally in the nation. Also, we've had a new 10-year plan, which was presented to us by government, which obviously was very much unknown when we first came to set up the new committee. And also, we've then also only literally just this week heard about Launceston MIU closing for the summer, all of which are issues which actually affect all of us as residents on a day-to-day basis. The fact that I'm asking you just to sort of do the obvious, i.e. protect Cornwall's residents when it comes to healthcare, there is a conversation, which I don't want to go on too long about, is the fact that at least 25% of our residents use Devon services. So that is the difference between the conversation we had earlier around Cornish identity and the fact that I'm asking for support to show that we do need to be having a conversation with Devon, and that is the difference. Now, as I say, we could repeat a lot of the conversation and comments that were made by colleagues today. I'm sure, Chair, you won't want to hear all those comments again about how we should be looking after only Cornish people, and I obviously supported that motion. What I'm trying to say here is that there needs to be a conversation about how we work with Devon. Now, what that means on a day-to-day basis, probably most of us won't necessarily see a difference. But what we see on a strategic level is going to be something quite significant. Now, Devon, if any of you know, obviously has a bigger budget, well, it has a bigger area, has a bigger budget when it comes to health. And the worry is that because this is what they call integrated care board, for some of you who don't know what it is, it's obviously the new way that the health service were wanting to work a few years ago, is now going to be suggested that it's going to be integrated with Devon. So what we now need to do is to make sure our voice for Cornwall is heard in a far stronger way than perhaps we'd had to think about, because originally we were only thinking Cornwall, but now we do have to think Devon and Cornwall. So I'm just wanting support from all of you here, and obviously from the committee, we will be discussing it further as we go through the work programme, just to make sure that actually we make sure Cornwall's priorities are heard, but also the realisation that we do have to work with Devon. So that's it in a nutshell. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Creek.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Chopak. So, colleagues, today we face a critical moment for Cornwall's health services, the merger being imposed upon us as Cornish residents of our integrated care board, the NHS Cornwall and Isles of Scilly Care Board, with that of the NHS Devon Integrated Care Board, may be framed as streamlining, but we must ensure it doesn't streamline away what makes Cornish healthcare work. Local decision-making, local innovation, and a deep understanding of our unique Cornish challenges. Cornwall isn't just another rural area. We have populations among the most isolated in the UK, an ageing population a decade ahead of most other parts of the UK, and stark health inequalities. Yet we've also led the way with integrated neighbourhood teams, pioneering place-based care, community services that lead the way and are then replicated across England. and our partnerships that put residents first. This merger must not dilute that progress. What we are asking today is simple. Hold the NHS to its promises. We need guarantees on 3 things: dedicated Cornish leadership in the new structure, not just a seat at Devon's table, but a voice that shapes decisions. Ring-fence funding with every pound for Cornwall spent on Cornish priorities, from rural GP access to crumbling dental services. A strengthens Health Watch programme or similar, so our communities aren't drowned out in a larger, more urban system. The council must act now, show its intent to protect local services by engagement with NHS England, demand transparency and work cross-party with our MPs, task scrutiny to monitor every step, and crucially reach out to Devon not as opponents but as partners who respect difference. The NHS 10-year plan and NHS reforms shouldn't be a 10-year setback for the people of Cornwall. Let's ensure this merger strengthens, not weakens, the health outcomes our residents deserve, and I'd urge unanimous support for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if you'd like to raise your hands if you'd like to speak. Andrew Mitchell, then McKenna.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm really proud and glad to be a supporter of this motion. As the proposer and seconder have eloquently said, this is quite a critical and pivotal point for healthcare here in Cornwall. And if we look historically, whatever body it is, the most obvious is the police. Whenever Cornwall joins with Devon, we unfortunately always become the smaller player, and resources are dominated and sucked up by Devon. And we, as has been said, have to make sure this doesn't happen here. I venture that this is a fait accompli. I know the NHS is officially saying it's going into public consultation. I think the decision's already been made. This is going to happen, and we need to make sure that our identity and the needs of our residents and communities are not absorbed. And I think it was well put by Cornwall having a seat at Devon's table. We really have to watch this. We really need to find out what it truly involves. I don't think it has all come out yet, but we need to put a marker down as the representatives of those residents and people of Cornwall that we are not going to allow this to mean a backward step in health provision. I've been sadly using the NHS services quite frequently for the last 18 months, and I know there are issues, I know there are problems, but I have to say I think I've had an excellent service, and I certainly don't want to see any deterioration in that. So I would hope that everybody across the chamber will notice what is being asked, what is going on in the health service, and we will be a strong and loud voice for health services here in Cornwall. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKenna, then Councillor Jenkins.
Chair, thank you. Can I start by thanking Councillor Chopak and her seconder and those who supported this particular motion, because it is a time of significant change in the NHS and social care, and it's really sensible, I think, that we have a clear, forward-looking set of recommendations, which I think will stand us in good stead. Now, what I wanted to say is that the government has issued a direction here, so a directive, so this isn't something we have a choice as to whether we accept or not. It's going to happen. So I think the fact we're engaging constructively with this is really helpful. There are a couple of challenges. In the 10-year plan, the NHS 10-year plan, the government is saying it's going to scrap Health Watch organisations, which I think is a backward step. But that won't happen for at least 12 to 18 months. So we have the capacity to actually work through. We're actually at the moment going to be, the proposal I think is to cluster.
So it's an informal arrangement, it's not a formal merger as yet. I don't think the formal arrangement will come into place possibly in April 2026, but equally likely in April 2027. So the Scrutiny Committee has an opportunity during that period, not just to negotiate hard and stand up for Cornwall, as I'm certain they will, but also to ensure that they're prepared for the ICB when it becomes the mechanism. That also would see the back of the Integrated Care Partnership. So at the moment, as anybody who attended last week's or watched last week's Health and Wellbeing Board, we have what's called a committee in common. So the Health and Wellbeing Board is working collaboratively with the Integrated Care Partnership, which again is a good thing, and that will last until such time as the merger happens. So from my perspective, I only want to recommend one tiny change, and that's for anybody on Scilly who may be listening, because if we could negotiate constructively with Devon and the Isles of Scilly, that would save me being hung when I go over there in September. So I would much appreciate that. But I think the key thing here is this is a really strong, sensible response to something which is being directed from Westminster. And I think that the sooner we get practically involved and actually start those discussions, involve the MPs and everybody else so they can negotiate with government, the better we stand. So I just wanted to say thank you to everybody involved, and please support this if possible. Everybody in the chamber hopefully will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you proposing an amendment there?
Absolutely, Chair. If I could have a seconder to include the Isles of Scilly, that would be really helpful. Hilary, thank you.
I see a seconder there, but tell me again what the amendment is.
Simply to add the words "and the Council of the Isles of Scilly." Item 2.
And Councillor Chopak, would you accept that?
I'm happy with that, thank you.
I think in that case that gets absorbed into the motion. Here we've got Hilary. That gets absorbed into the motion. We don't have to debate that, so we carry on. Where are we to? Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you. I'm really pleased that Councillor Chopak has brought this forward to raise the issue with all councillors about what this could mean for the people of Cornwall if we don't keep an eye on it and watch what's happening. As Councillor McKenna has said, it's a fait accompli. It's not something we can change at this stage. We can complain about it and moan about it, but it's a directive from government, which is one of the reasons we need more powers in Cornwall, so we don't have to take directives from government. The issue for Cornwall in particular is not just about what happens in a Devon-Cornwall-Scilly structure, but also how things are defined. And I was quite shocked at the last Health and Social Care that there was some mention of our only acute hospital not having any specialist services and all the specialist services being moved to Plymouth. Now, I think that would be hugely detrimental for the people of Cornwall. The argument for it is if you have a bigger catchment, then you're going to have more specialisms and more support for specialisms. But that makes us lesser, makes us out on a limb, as we are. And I think we need to be saying about Cornwall's distinct needs and actually having that recognised in whatever structure this is. And clustering to start with gives us that dedicated funding, but what happens when that funding gets merged and the governance gets merged? We really need to be making a case for a Cornwall solution that works for Cornwall, not just something that is at the end of a Devon, Cornwall and Scilly situation. And Scilly have already done that to a certain extent, so we may be able to learn a bit from them. But I think it should be a bit stronger, really, on that. I mean, yes, engage constructively, but actually ensure that we get not just dedicated leadership representation, but equal status. Because we can get a voice on the board, but if that voice on the board is saying, well, you just
30 seconds.
A general hospital and you know, we're going to all do this way, then we won't have that. So I don't know whether the proposers can make it a little bit more about that as part of the discussion. We'll see interesting to see what other people say.
Thank you. I didn't take that as an amendment, unless you are. No?
Not doing an amendment at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Webb.
Yeah, as many in this chamber already know, Health Watch are the way in which the end users for the health services and all that can really feed into what happens on the ground with the health services in Cornwall. I think we don't know what's happening with Health Watch. We've heard that it might be abolished, subsumed, a new way of doing it, whatever that looks like. It's really important that whatever decisions come down from Westminster, when you look at Devon and Cornwall, it may look very similar when you look at a map from there. But we have very, very different needs in Cornwall. And so do the end users. So whatever Health Watch is replaced, I think we need to strongly say the reports have to be unique to Cornwall, and the report that's fed in and then produced by whatever is replaced by Health Watch is unique to Cornwall and not just part of the Devon and Cornwall, whatever that looks like. I think we need to be really strong on that.
Thank you. Well, I've come to the end of the speakers. Oh, Councillor Cole.
I just wanted to follow what Loveday was saying. In terms of the motion, the text, the words that everyone has used is, this is happening, it's being forced upon us, we've got to make the best of a bad bunch. That's pretty much what's being said. So I just think the motion needs something at the beginning just to say that we're not happy that the decision has been taken full stop. Yes, we've got to be constructive in what faces us now, but surely there should be something that just says, we don't agree with this decision being imposed upon us. So I would just ask the mover of this whether that would be a form of words they could just put at the beginning, just to say, we're not happy. And bear in mind, we've just passed a motion about we want powers for Cornwall. I think we just need to reinforce that rather than being slightly set back. I think we have to do I'm going to use the word posture because that's what it is. We've got to make that clear, and then we've got to deal with the realities. So something like this council makes it clear that it does not agree with the top-down loss of a Cornwall ICB.
So is that your proposal, Councillor Cole?
I was asking the proposer and seconder if they would like to incorporate it themselves to make life easier.
Okay, go on then. Councillor Chopak.
I'm just looking at my seconder. I don't disagree with the sentiment. I just think we've got to be a little bit careful because we have got to work forward rather than looking back at what's a decision that's already been, as Jim says, sort of been forced upon us. So I agree with something. I'm just trying to think of whether the wording could be slightly altered. I'm just thinking aloud.
Well, while you're thinking, Councillor Drew.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think something to recognise that this is, as we already said, something that's been imposed upon us rather than a decision that we have been actively engaged in, and that we recognise that and are disappointed, but look forward to working closely with the new structure. But I don't know whether that's something that works for you, Dick.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Oh, I also just wanted to mention about Health Watch, actually.
Well, I'll just stop for a second. Okay. I'm afraid Councillor Cole can't come back anymore, and I'll speak again, but it sounds to me as if you're accepting what he was saying. So in with no more speakers, if you would like to sum up and tell us what you accept from Councillor Cole's words.
Okay, right, so I think there's a sort of a general agreement about the aims of this motion. As I say, we're sort of almost starting from a back foot, but I think it's actually come at the right time for us when it comes to the fact that we have a new committee. We've got the new Labour government 10-year plan, and we need to make sure we're at the forefront of that conversation, which I think a couple of us have obviously mentioned. I'm Health Watch was mentioned, obviously, by my learning colleague, Councillor Webb, and by Councillor McKenna. There was already a conversation actually happening on the day that that announcement happened about Health Watch, because that happened to be the inaugural meeting of our Overview and Scrutiny Committee. So we were as sort of shocked as everybody else, but already started working on some sort of alternative for Cornwall. We don't know what that is yet because we haven't had a chance to have that formal conversation. So just so you know that I think as a committee we were already quite disappointed with that announcement. Obviously, yes, I obviously took on the board the Isles of Scilly. So yes, I'm actually quite happy to work with the words that Mike Drew suggested around the fact that we're disappointed with the announcement, but I'm still struggling to think of how we can word it. So Drew, can you just repeat what you just said? Sorry, thank you.
Thank you for throwing it back to me, Councillor Chairman. So we are disappointed that this decision has been made nationally on behalf of Cornwall and would have been keen to see Cornwall and Isles of Scilly ICB continue on, though we look forward to working with the new board once they are in place. Does that work for everyone?
Are you okay with that? Sorry.
No, you have to say it again.
We are disappointed that this decision has been made nationally on behalf of Cornwall. Are you writing, Paul? Do you want me to slow down? Oh, I can email it, yeah. Yeah, I'll stick it on Teams and email it over.
It'd be really helpful if we had amendments like this in advance.
Just sent it across. Hopefully there were no spelling mistakes.
So, members, just to clarify, the proposed start to the motion, which I think Councillor Chopak is accepting, we are disappointed that this decision has been made nationally on behalf of Cornwall and would have been keen to see Cornwall and Isles of Scilly ICB remain sovereign, but look forward to working with the new board upon their appointment. And then the motion would continue. Council resolves.
I have to ask them to vote just to accept that amendment.
I think.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Chopak?
I'm fine, thank you, yes.
And Councillor Creek? Well, you wrote it. And we have to do what we did earlier on. It's a change to a motion, so you just have to have a show of hands that we accept this small change to a motion. All those in favour? Lovely. So we get on now to the vote on the motion. So the vote will be opened. Please vote for, against, abstain, or whatever.
Couple more seconds, members.
Almost unanimous. Can I see 2 abstentions? A couple have not voted. Almost unanimous. There you are. Well done. Move on to agenda number 9.5, public consultation on the provision of hydrotherapy for Cornwall. Wide benefit at Polkythe Leisure Centre. Proposer Councillor German, seconder Councillor Ball. In accordance with Councillor Procedure 12.4, I'm referring this motion to the Cabinet because the subject matter is one which comes within the function of Cabinet. As per Council Procedure Rules, Councillor German, as the proposer of the motion, is now permitted up to 3 minutes to explain the context of the motion. Councillor German.
Miraz Kader, thank you, Chair. Apologies to colleagues for having my back to you. I did ask for an explanation of how this needed to be referred to Cabinet and haven't received that, so I welcome that in due course. So, colleagues, we are all here because we want to improve the lives of our residents in our communities and across the whole of Cornwall. We heard Reverend Mark Dunn-Wilson earlier talking about the deep belief in social justice that the Cornish have, that we have, I believe, across this chamber and across Cornwall Council. Colleagues, we've heard the leader talking about the values of Cornwall Council being fair, ambitious, inclusive, respectful, and that we believe deeply and profoundly in the communities that we represent. We're going to lead courageously, putting people first with common sense decision making. And this is exactly what this recommendation to go out to consultation, so no financial implications, is about. It's about building an evidence base and taking sensible decisions. I've heard from residents about how their lives were positively impacted by Polkythe Hydrotherapy Pool when it was open, how it made a big difference to their lives. And my seconder, Councillor James Bull, would have talked about the impact that hydrotherapy has had on his life and the difficulty of accessing hydrotherapy with the specific facilities that Polkythe has, that only RCHT has in Cornwall, and that you can only access currently through medical referral. This is another example of an element of where something, a service, a provision, falls between stools. It's fallen between leisure, health, the NHS, the ICB, GLL, the council, and this is an opportunity to properly understand the evidence of what hydrotherapy in Cornwall can provide to our residents. So I would have been asking you all for your support for this motion, and I would have hoped that that would have been a cross-party common sense motion to bring to council. But I am pleased to be able to report that I've had
30 seconds
emails from Councillor McKenna and Councillor Sarah Priest, and that Councillor Priest and myself have met, and Councillor Priest has undertaken to go to consultation, to work with partners, to use our convening power that we've already voted on and agreed earlier, to work with partners, to positively engage, and for Cornwall Council to constructively facilitate this, an opportunity to live our values and make a difference to the lives of the people of Cornwall. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor German. Move on to agenda number 9.6, banning of plastic flying ring toys. Proposer, Councillor Moore. Seconder, Councillor Batters. In accordance with Council Procedure 12.4, I'm using my discretion to enable the motion to be debated today. I will therefore ask Councillor Moore to move and Councillor Batters to second the motion set out in page 47 of the agenda pack. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Chair. Today I bring before you a motion that asks us to take a simple but very powerful step in protecting one of Cornwall's most iconic marine mammals, the Cornish seal. I've been working closely with the brilliant UK Seal Alliance, and earlier this year, in coalition with British Divers Marine Life Rescue, they launched the Save Our Seals from Flying Rings campaign. They're doing absolutely vital work in addressing a pressing and needless crisis that our wildlife faces. Across the UK, plastic flying rings similar to frisbees, but with a hole in the middle, are causing serious harm. Thousands are sold every year. They're cheap, light and easy. But unfortunately, hundreds are left behind on our beaches. And whether lost or simply thrown away, they end up in our seas. These rings don't decompose and will lie in our seas for decades to come. Seals are brilliant and naturally curious animals. When they find one of these rings floating in the water, they see a toy. Once the ring slips over the seal's head, it becomes a deadly trap. As the seal feeds, its neck elongates and the ring slides backwards. When the neck retracts, the ring lodges deep into the flesh. As the seal grows, the ring cuts deeper, infection sets in. Once the ring slips over many suffer for weeks, even months, before dying in agony. And rescue efforts are sadly very rare. When successful, the cost to rehabilitate just one seal can be up to £15,000. A shocking figure, 45,455 times more than the wholesale price of a flying ring, which can be as little as 33p. This can be prevented. Let me be clear, I nor anyone else is suggesting that people who buy or sell these products are doing so to harm wildlife, but the reality is unavoidable. These rings are causing serious, avoidable suffering, and councils right across England and Wales, like Swansea, are already taking action, which is why today I urge that Cornwall join them by voting in favour of a voluntary ban on the sale, purchase and use of flying rings within our local authority. Of course, this campaign isn't to be anti-fun, but rather proactive and responsible. There is already a simple, safe and obvious alternative, the solid seal-safe disc Frisbee, ideally made from non-plastic biodegradable material. Major retailers like Tesco and Sainsbury's have already stopped selling flying rings and gotten behind awareness campaigns, and we can help encourage our local businesses to do the same, many which will be proud to show their support and wear it as a badge of honour.
30 seconds.
Public awareness is growing day by day. The more local authorities that take a stand, the more pressure we can put on the government to consider a national ban. This is really not a radical request. It's a small necessary change, a voluntary ban that could have a real lasting and important impact. I want this council to be one that constantly stands up for animal welfare and our environment, which is why I ask you to support this motion, to stand with Save Our Seals campaign and to help make our community and country a flying ring free zone. So please say no to the O. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Batters.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, can I say how pleased I am to have been asked by my good friend, Councillor Rosie Moore, to second this motion. No doubt some of you are wondering why I am seconding a motion on seals when I live in Bodmin, which most certainly isn't listed as a coastal town. Well, I am a great animal lover, and I have been for all of my adult life. And in fact, many years ago, I made 2 donations to the Born Free Foundation in Kenya. I assure you I did not go there, but one does not have to live with these animals to love them or to want to protect them. But can I ask Chris, Joyce and Barry just to stand and give you all a wave? Because these 3 are people you should have heard talking here today. Chris Webber represents the Marine Life Rescue based at St Ives, and Joyce and Barry are from the Greek Seal Sanctuary. If you spoke to them for 10 minutes, you'd appreciate the problem we are trying to counteract today. Moving on, I do believe this motion makes sense, and we as a group in authority can clearly show our concern on a serious problem that kills so many of these lovely creatures. Today in this chamber, we have the chance to voice our concerns and for seals visiting our beautiful Cornish coastline and encourage companies within Cornwall and hopefully beyond to phase out selling the flying rings. I hope that you will give this motion your support and in doing so, show that Cornwall cares.
Thank you. Any members wishing to speak, raise your hands. Councillor O'Connor, is it?
Thank you, Chair. I must say that I fully support...
Hang on, give us a second, will you? I'm still taking names.
Sorry.
Thank you. Off you go.
Thank you, Chair. I must say fundamentally that I fully support this motion from a personal perspective, and also it's worth noting that we actually had this conversation in St Morgan Parish a few weeks ago, and we did put it to the vote, and there was overwhelming support for this as well. So I appreciate members bringing this before us. So that's with one hat on. Taking that hat off and mentioning that in a former life, I am still a scuba instructor, and as such, when we're going through our training, we are coached that we are ambassadors of our marine environment. And I mean, look, seals are key residents of our oceans and a really crucial part of that ecosystem. And too often with oceans, it is the case that out of sight, out of mind, but certainly not for these beautiful and intelligent creatures, for anybody that's had the privilege of swimming or diving with them. I would also add that plastic in our oceans is a fundamental issue for all of us, notwithstanding the issues with these beautiful seals and every other marine animal. The plastic is the #1 danger to our food chain, which I'm sure many of you will be aware of. So the more plastic we can remove from the oceans, the better as far as I'm concerned. And I do agree with Councillor Batters that it is for Cornwall to show leadership in moving this forwards and encouraging the rest of our nation to follow suit with a unequivocal national ban on these horrible, horrible, cheap toys. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Connor and then Alvey. Councillor Cador, then Alvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm fully behind it, 100%. I served in the army. I went down the Falklands. Best seal sanctuary ever. My question is, how are you going to police it? And where are you going to get the funding from for it to police people with these rings? As I said, I'm totally for it, and I'm happy for it. But that's one question I have.
Thank you. Councillor Alvey and then Councillor Muster.
Thank you, Chair. So this motion presents some clear recommendations that are within the gift of the Council, and if supported, will continue to play a part in raising the profile of a well-evidenced threat to marine wildlife. Much like the harm caused by Chinese lanterns, there is only so much that the Council is empowered to do, but that is no excuse not to do everything that we can. In that regard, hopefully, the comprehensive officer response to the motion provides reassurance that both officers and me in my former role as portfolio holder have already taken meaningful action with the powers and options at our disposal. Like Chinese lanterns, most who buy these plastic toys do so in ignorance of the potential harm that they can cause. They would be mortified if they discovered a seal suffering with a plastic ring stuck around its neck. So this motion is primarily about education and setting an example. Over the past 4 years, I had the privilege of working with some amazing partners, such as Sue Sayre from the Cornwall Seal Group Research Trust, and our own Abby Crosby, the Council's brilliant senior marine officer, who has helped establish the Cornwall and Isles of Scilly Marine and Coastal Partnership and is currently putting the finishing touches to the Marine Nature Recovery Framework, commissioned because as important and impressive as our local nature recovery strategy is, it wasn't able to reach beyond the intertidal zone. When asked, the 3 most important nature-related priorities for our residents were all marine-related. So to conclude, this is an important motion that gives this new council an opportunity to affirm its commitment to protecting marine wildlife. So please support it.
Thank you. Councillor Muster, then German.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm pleased to support Councillor Moore's motion today. As the member for a coastal area, one with the fishing port of Mevagissey in it, I've recently done some work with Sue Sayre and the Seal Research Trust to raise public awareness of the issues that can arise when seals become overly familiar with people. The behaviour I've been highlighting is around members of the public feeding seals and how this changes their behaviour and can bring them more closely into contact with the fishing community, who for understandable reasons don't view seals as their greatest friends. I'm grateful for the work done locally in my area with volunteers from Three Bays Wildlife Group, the Seal Research Trust and Mevagissey Harbour Trust to highlight why this contact with seals is very much not a good idea. This has included the production of information boards explaining what is best for seals, their behaviour and their habitats. And encouraging the banning of these plastic flying ring toys is another step to stop these animals from coming into harm through contact with humans. While we as an authority cannot punitively ban the sale of these rings, I would encourage the council, if this motion is passed, to, as part of its work, to work proactively with members and the contacts we should have in our local areas with volunteer groups such as Three Bays Wildlife, as well as those set out in the appendix for this motion, to amplify this message and the positive benefits this will bring. And I hope this motion will get Council's seal of approval today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor German, then Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Chairman. Hopefully an action for yourself from the report. We've had excellent presentations from the Fowl and Halford Sack Estuary Officer around the Roseland Peninsula. And in the report it says work is also underway to recruit a Fowl and Halford Sack Estuary Officer. So would it be possible, through your good offices, Chairman, to report to the members that have joined the Fowl and Halford Estuary Sack what happened to the last officer and what the recruitment process is and when we can expect to have a new officer in place? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll find that out and report back. Councillor Jenkins.
Yeah, thank you. I fully support this motion. I was only disappointed I couldn't get in time to get my name on it, because it's something that I've cared about for a long time. I think, as was said previously, we have too much plastic out in the environment anyway, but the awful effect on seals of these plastic rings, I've seen them, it's terrible, and we really need to do as much as we can to support this motion and to support the aspirations within this motion. I only wonder whether there's something more that we can do along the lines of a coastal bylaw, which might be something that this council could look into in the future in order to prevent the use of these dangerous objects on beaches around the Cornish coast. And working with partners, as Councillor German has already said, Cornwall is at the forefront of working with partners in the coastal zone and the marine environment to come up with a way of doing the best we can for our marine environment, even when the law isn't in existence. So any partnership working we can do in order to do that, I think would be really good. Maybe the people who propose the motion might like to think about where it goes as the next step. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I have nobody else on my list, so it's back to Councillor Moore to reply and to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for your really positive comments. Councillor Cador, just to reply to yours about the query of how's it going to be policing, it doesn't really need to be policed because it is a voluntary ban. Where it's been rolled out in other areas such as Swansea, we found that the businesses are really positive. It's all about communication and education. Just approaching them and talking to them and explaining it to them, you'll find a lot of people are absolutely horrified the dangers these can possess they haven't even considered before. So most of them are more than happy to take the voluntary ban. And there's other places in Swansea who've actually found the seal safe flying disc to skyrocket, if you like, through sales and that with the ban of the other one. They almost wear it as a badge of honour, which is really good to see. I think it's a brilliant campaign which Joyce and Barry and Pete and Chris and Sue have been behind and fighting for. So I'm really honoured to be able to bring it to Council and really hope that you vote in favour of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The vote will now be opened. Please vote for, against, abstain using the options on the microphone base.
A couple of seconds, members. Vote closed.
Well, that... As you can see, that was unanimous. Well done, thank you. Agenda item 10.1. I will ask Councillor McGowan to propose and Councillor O'Connor to second the recommendations of the Audit Committee Annual Report 2024-25 on page 55. Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Chair. The Audit Committee annual report for 24-25 was recommended by the Audit Committee for approval by Council on the 11th of April. Unfortunately, it was unable to come to the final Council meeting of that administration, which took place just 2 days later on the 15th of April, so it's being presented today for approval by full Council. The annual report includes the committee work programme for 25-26, provides a summary of the Audit Committee performance, the committee's self-assessment report, and a summary of the internal and external audit arrangements, risk management, governance, anti-fraud and corruption arrangements too. The professional opinion and conclusions from the Chief Internal Auditor, Holly Sykes, was that Cornwall Council Audit Committee operates with high level of effectiveness and challenge. The support and impact of the committee has been welcomed from my service. Just like to pause and thank Holly Sykes, her team, and Councillor Armand Toms, who have moved on from the organisation. Councillor Toms didn't stand, who's been chair for some period of time. And Holly's worked extremely hard with her team over the years. So we'd just like to pause and thank them for all their work over the years. So though this feedback is welcome, we recognise there's significant change taking place in the service since April. So Holly has moved on to Ventures New. Councillor Armand Toms has stepped down, and we've got a new committee formed with an all-new membership. We're also in the process of recruiting a new lay member. So collectively, the new committee is committed to building on past achievements, maintaining high standards and delivering effectively in this new administration. So happy to recommend the Audit Committee annual report for approval and understand Councillor O'Connor as Vice Chair of the committee will second.
Thank you. Councillor O'Connor, are you happy to second?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions or statements they want to make? No? In that case, we move to the vote. The vote will now be open. Please vote for, against or abstain.
Couple of seconds. Vote closed.
That's passed. Thank you. On to item number 11.1, appointment of or reappointment of board member. I'll ask Councillor Rogers to propose and Councillor Alvey to second the recommendation on page 79 of the agenda. Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. As the newly appointed Chair of the Cornwall Harbours Board, I'm pleased to bring forward a recommendation to full Council today regarding the reappointment of one of our valued independent members. It is recommended that Captain Charles Gurd is reappointed to serve a second full term as an independent voting member of the Cornwall Harbours Board for a period of 3 years from the date of his first term ending. Although I've only recently joined the board, it has been immediately evident to me that Captain Gurd is a well-respected and trusted voice around the table. His professional insight, sound judgment and steadfast commitment over the last 3 years has been deeply appreciated by fellow board members. The board is unanimous in its support for his reappointment. We value his contribution that is made to the effective governance of Cornwall's harbours and believe that his continued service will greatly benefit the board's work in the years ahead. On a personal note, I am very much looking forward to learning more from Captain Gurd's maritime experience and hope to meet him in the coming weeks at his home harbour of Bude. I commend this recommendation to the Council and ask for your support in confirming Captain Gurd's second term.
Thank you. Councillor Alvey, you happy to second?
Happy to second.
Thank you. Raise your hand if you wish to make any comment on this. No comments, then I don't think we need to go back to the proposer, so we'll just go straight to the vote. The vote will now be opened.
Couple of seconds. Vote closed.
Thank you, that's passed. On to item 12.1, Hackney Carriage and Private Hire Vehicle Operator and Driver Licensing Policy. I will ask Councillor O'Keefe to propose and Councillor Sawnby to second the recommendation set out on page 87 of the agenda. Councillor O'Keefe.
Thank you, Chair. Cornwall Council, in its role as licensing authority, is responsible for the licensing and regulation of the Hackney carriage, taxi and private hire trade. Consultation took place and a number of responses were received for consideration in order that the committee could approve the policy and recommend the policy to Council for adoption. What I am asking Council is to adopt the Hackney carriage and private hire vehicle operation and driver licensing policy as recommended by the Miscellaneous Licensing Committee.
Thank you. Councillor Sawnby, are you happy to second the recommendation?
I second the amendation, sorry.
Thank you. And does anyone wish to make any comment? Raise your hand. No, in that case we'll proceed to the vote. You've got your for, abstain or against.
Couple of seconds, members. Vote closed.
And that's passed, thank you very much. Move on now to agenda item 13, questions from members to members of the Cabinet. Members will be aware that the Council agreed that a period of 60 minutes be allocated for questions from members to the Cabinet. Members are not required to give advance notice of the questions. Please raise your hand if you have a question so that we can make a note of your name. Please keep your hand up until we've got everyone's name. From personal experience, the longer you keep your hands up, the better. Please, each member must identify which Cabinet member their question is for, and they will be able to ask one supplementary question based on their original question or the response. In accordance with the Council's decision on January 2023 on supplementary questions, any member wishing to put one will have 30 seconds to do so. Questions should relate to the duties of the Council and the specific remits of Cabinet portfolios. I would ask that questions and responses are kept as brief as possible so that as many members as possible have the opportunity to ask their questions. I would appreciate it if, as far as possible, members refrain from asking parochial questions, as these can be dealt with more appropriately outside of the meeting. Any questions that cannot be dealt with during the 60 minutes can, of course, be raised with the Cabinet member outside of the meeting. Councillor Pascoe, then Councillor Mustoe.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is slightly parochial, but I have asked permission to ask this question of the portfolio holder for transport. Earlier today, the leader eloquently delivered his State of Cornwall report. He talked about reliable public transport with better connectivity in rural areas to essential destinations. My division, Liskeard, in South East Cornwall, has a catchment area of close to 38,000 residents. The nearest hospital is Derriford Hospital, across the border in Plymouth. Despite my constant campaigning, no, I should say begging, there is no practical access by public transport for sick and poorly patients. The journey with changes en route takes hours. Will you please help me to help residents in this area access their essential healthcare by public transport? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is that Councillor Rogerson for that one?
Thank you, Chair, and I thank Councillor Pascoe for a question and indeed a prior notice of it earlier on today when we were on a break. The situation with a number of, particularly of our rural areas and their access to services with bus routes is that some of them seem to be uneconomic for the bus company that provides our main contract to provide without subsidy. The next time that contract is up for review is in 2028, and we'll work towards getting an even better deal for residents of Cornwall. I'm happy to talk to her and the bus company to see what might be done in the meantime. I'm also talking to community transport organisations to see what we can do more to work with them to provide options for getting people to important destinations such as accessing healthcare. So I think probably the best thing to do is for us to take that conversation, and if it's slightly parochial, but it's a very important one, and we can deal with that subsequently.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
No, just would like to thank the portfolio holder, and I shall look forward to holding his feet to the fire on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mustoe, then Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Chair. This is a chair for the portfolio holder for Environment and Climate Change. And again, I was thankful to have discussed this with him. It is slightly parochial beforehand. And I'm grateful to the Cabinet member for his support in dealing with the recent pollution disaster in the White River in Penshurn Valley Parish. Literally yards from that river is the Penshurn Valley Multi-Use Trail. And late last year, a bridge on the trail was closed to cyclists and horse riders as it was due to be replaced. 8 months later, it has not reopened. We, Councillor Cunningham and myself, the councillors who share Penshurn Valley Parish and the Parish Council have been given repeated assurance that the bridge would reopen. In May, after workers had been absent for months, we were told they would be back in June. They were not. We were told a couple of weeks ago that the bridge would reopen on the 11th of July. It has not. And I was told this morning that the bridge had reopened. A member of my family visited this morning, and it has not. This is not good enough. While it is welcome that our cycling, equestrian and walking infrastructure is being upgraded, the way in which this has been handled in its cost and communication has been embarrassing. Please can he intervene and get the Kingswood Bridge reopened as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rich.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Musto, as well, for your question. And yeah, it was really good to be able to help you with the pollution incident in the area. Yeah, I'm aware of the closure of the bridge, and I know that our Public Rights Way team are health and safety issues are a priority. Obviously, a bridge is an important health and safety issue. Until today, I wasn't aware of that problem specifically, but I will speak to officers about it and try and get you a timescale when the bridge is going to be reopened. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rich. I don't have a supplementary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGowan and Councillor Moorcroft.
Thank you. I think my question is directed at the leader. As elected members, we're required to adhere to the Nolan principles, which include integrity, openness and accountability. With this in mind, can the leader provide details of how many out-of-court settlements Cornwall Council had entered into since May 2021? How many of these include confidentiality clauses, the total value of these agreements, and without disclosing sensitive information, which portfolio areas these originate from?
Thank you, Laurie. So obviously that's quite a big question, and one unfortunately that I'm going to have to give you a written answer, and I hate to do that, because actually we don't actually store that information. What we'll have to do is manually go back through, and obviously then there's the question about the confidentially stuff. So actually what can I tell you about the things I'm not allowed to tell you about is also a bit of an issue. However, I can tell you that I've not signed any sheets to say that I can't tell you anything. So I can assure you of that. All right?
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
I do. Thank you. I did provide the question in advance, but I appreciate that was only yesterday morning, so I appreciate that wouldn't have been necessarily enough time to provide that information. So will you and any other relevant portfolio members work with me to undertake a review and analysis of these arrangements to minimise and ultimately stop their use in future?
Always happy to meet with the Chair of Audit and discuss things that concern him.
Thank you. Councillor Moorcroft, then Shooter.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if my question is to Councillor Rogerson or Councillor Priest, localism highways. I'm not too sure, so apologies. Basically, I was recently contacted by the clerk of Weybridge Town Council, who raised a concern about costs for applications to Cornwall Council to put bunting, Christmas lights, etc., that are put up over the highway. The council does this to support local community groups. The application cost is now £100, whereas before this was free. Having submitted a casework assist inquiry, I've been told that the fee was introduced on the 1st of April this year, agreed following a proposal to the previous Cabinet, to cover processing and issuing the licence, coordinating road space to ensure minimal disruption, securing necessary agreements from other council departments such as street lighting and Cornwall highways. Not quite sure what that means. Whilst I could probably agree a charge should be made, I think that no charge to £100 is quite steep. And could this go back to Cabinet to reconsider this fee? As I understand it is financial.
Councillor Rogerson, you can take that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moorcroft, for raising that. It's the first time this has been raised with me, so I will look into that. I think a lot of us would accept the principle that there could be something to deal with the costs that are involved in this so that we're protecting council taxpayers and the money for the services that we're already providing. But I'll undertake to look into this with officers and then discuss it with Cabinet colleagues before coming back to you.
Thank you very much. No supplementary, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tudor, then Albie.
Thank you. Mine is a question for the leader, Councillor Frost. Councillor Frost, do you agree with the Liberal Democrat MP for North Cornwall, Ben Maguire, when he said that organisations and individuals who believe women are born and not made are supportive of a fascist agenda?
So I think you'll find that Ben has actually addressed those comments, that he made them in the heat of the moment, and he's already apologised for them. And I've got nothing more to add to that.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Yes, because the question wasn't answered. I asked whether Councillor Frost agreed with the comments or not.
I don't think this is the forum for political point scoring on actually quite an emotive and evocative subject.
Thank you.
It's not a political question. That's not a party political question.
The MP has withdrawn his remarks. Councillor Frost's views on it are neither here nor there. Councillor Alvey, you're next.
This one, I think, for Councillor Rogerson. Are you able to update on if the CAP highways, devolved highways budget is going to be introduced again this year? And if so, any update on when it might be?
I can't give the councillor, and thank you through you, Chair. I can't give the councillor an answer right now, but yes, I will be coming to members with something on that soon, and also reflecting on messages I've had from members just raised independently of this about how that system was operated in the past and what the best way of doing that is. So thank you for his question.
No supplementary.
Thank you. Councillor German, then Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is for the Deputy Leader. So many questions, aren't there? Co-responders. Are we going to use our legal powers to prosecute South West Water? So many questions we could ask, but just the one. Welcoming the news that we've received funding to deliver 2,000 charging points, Councillor Painter. Are you confident that the BEPS2 framework contract will be able to deliver that within the government timescales and grant? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and that was part of what Councillor Frost raised in his leader's announcements about the money coming into Cornwall for these charging points. I would need to look into whether the framework is correct for delivering. We have delivered a number of other schemes through government funding and charging stations, so I would hope that we'll be able to deliver in the time frame that's allowed by government.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do. As you're not currently aware, Councillor Pater, I think you alluded to this, be grateful if you would take assurance and publish that to members so that we can all hold those giving that assurance to account. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Connor, then Candy.
Thank you, Chair. This question is to the Cabinet Member for Resources, and it's to do with the high debt levels and rising interest costs and securing Cornwall Council services moving forwards. The current debt situation as of March 31st is a net debt of 1 billion, with gross external debt of 1.375 billion, offset by £354 million in investments. The Council's debt is projected to increase to 1.26 billion by the end of 25-26 financial year and under a previous administration strategy. The Council's servicing costs are rising. Debt servicing costs are rising with an estimated £100 per resident annually to cover interest payments. This could strain the revenue budget, especially if interest rates rise or borrowing increases further to fund the 1.9 billion capital programme. The question is, given that debt levels are rising and costing Cornwall taxpayers more every year, how will the administration ensure that council taxpayers can be confident in receiving value for money from Cornwall Council?
Thank you. Councillor Painter.
Yeah, thank you for your question. We will be looking through all the budgets, both revenue and capital, to check that we are getting value for money, and the priorities of this council will then set those budget levels. So I'm comfortable currently with the level of borrowing that we've got. Yes, it's a large amount of money, but equally, we're a very large council spending money on housing and things that people in Cornwall want. So we will be looking at the budgets, making sure that they're right for Cornwall, and we'll be making sure that the taxpayer is getting value for money for any of those borrowings that we currently have.
Thank you. Councillor O'Connor, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. The question is, will the debt be reduced significantly so that it's noticeable, and if so, when?
That will all be part of the budget setting process. So it'll all be something that we're currently looking at as a cabinet, and you'll be looking at through scrutiny committees to make sure that the budget's going in the right direction. So we need to look at all of that, and that's what we've committed to do as a cabinet, to make sure that that happens. So I can't give you a figure of will the debt drop by a certain amount, will it go up by a certain amount, until we've gone through, reviewed all the capital programme, look at where we're going. I don't know what the previous council, as you say, the previous council more than doubled our debt levels in Cornwall. So I need to look and see whether the things that they wanted us to spend money on are indeed the right things for Cornwall. And that's something that will come out through the next few months, and then we'll set that at our budgets when we set it next February. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candy, then Councillor Jonathan.
Thank you, Chair. The legislation around seagull protection was changed in 2021, and since then our coastal communities have seen a rise in seagull populations. The change to waste containments was expected to lead to a drop in seagull nuisance. However, this has not happened, and indeed the associated risks to the health and well-being of people in our coastal communities from seagulls is being put more at risk. Can the council look into the potential for seagull control for our coastal communities to protect our environmental health? And I don't know who that needs to go to.
Is that Councillor Rich as Environment?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Candy. Obviously, seagulls are a protected species. I'm not sure when you're talking about seagull incidents whether that's anecdotal or whether that's based on any data that you've seen or read about, because I'm not necessarily aware that the new waste system is, I've not seen any evidence. Maybe there's anecdotal evidence, maybe you've got testimony and witnesses. I'd be interested to know more about that, but generally speaking, the new waste rollout has been quite positive. There's food waste now, we have food waste containers. I've not heard of any animals opening those. I know there's some issues in some parts of Cornwall, some outstanding issues where a few people aren't very happy with the new service. And as far as the council, when you say controlling the seagull population, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but I'll take that all on board, and I will speak to the waste officers about what you're saying and see if there's actually any increase in seagull activity, but it's not something that's been reported to me until now. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Well, just that it is something that has been reported to me by a couple of my parish councils, which are coastal. I perceive it to be a nuisance around Cornwall, but I just thought it should be something that we should look into to see whether, and I haven't got the statistics, obviously.
Yeah.
Because I'm not a councillor, I can't collate those sorts of things. Thank you, Chair.
Can I bring Councillor Marrington in, public protection, protecting us from seagulls?
I can't give you an answer right now, but I can try and find out an answer from an environmental protection point of view, if that helps.
Thank you. Move on to Councillor Donithorne, then Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question is to the Cabinet Member for Resources. Cabinet have made a number of spending announcements since their election that will leave a financial cost to be met in the MTFP. So can the Cabinet Member for Resources commit now to the people of Cornwall that there won't be a council tax rise of more than 4.99%?
Sorry, could you just clarify, you said not more than 4.99? Well, yes, I can commit to that. That's the current level of referendum. We're certainly not seeking to go above that. So that's certainly my view currently. I don't expect that will change, but if it does, you'll be the first to know.
Thank you. Is there a supplementary there?
There is. Linked to that, spending commitments do have to be met and covered, and there are two options to Cabinet. They either put tax up or they cut public spending, or borrowing will go up. So is it correct, owing to the reply by Councillor Painter to a previous comment, that the last MTFP of the 2017 to 21 administration had the 5-year forecast for debt at 1.4 billion, and the outturn at the end of the last administration was lower than that forecast?
Councillor Painter.
Yeah, I don't really want to get into arguments about 2 councils ago and what the debt levels were. You know, the debt levels will be factual within our account, so anybody can look those up and check them. But I think we need to be clear that we're not borrowing money for revenue purposes. We're not borrowing money for everyday spending. We're only borrowing money for capital purposes. So I think that needs to be made very clear, because I think there's some confusion that, you know, my personal debt is different to my mortgage debt, but that's all still belongs to me, and it can move across between money that I hold. With the council, we have to account for that money completely differently, and we're not allowed to borrow money to spend on everyday services. So it is different, sort of somebody's personal debt to a council debt. So I think, you know, that is something, whilst debt is very popular and people are asking lots of questions about the council's debt, I think it's something that is, you know, clearly important for Cornwall and making sure that it delivers for the people of Cornwall. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell. Oh, you can't come back at this stage, sorry. Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Mitchell and then Councillor Ewart.
Thank you, Chairman. I didn't have a question for this afternoon, but following on from the Leader's announcement this morning about government funding to be able to provide another 2,000 electric charging points in our car parking, I'd just like to ask the following question. I'm not sure who to. So, since recently, because of my own health issues, I've become a blue badge holder. And how car parking spaces are allocated in our car parks and in supermarkets, etc., has really shot up my agenda. So if we have 2,000 more charging points, I also come from St Ives, where parking spaces are at a premium. There's nothing more annoying than going into a full car park and seeing 6 empty spaces over there because they're for charging of electric cars. So could I just ask, and maybe we haven't decided this policy or not, if you go into a full car park and you want to park and the only empty space is a charging point and you don't have an electric car, will you get a parking fine if you park in one of those? And also particularly because, unfortunately, car parking never seems to hit its revenue income target. Are we really going to forego all of those £6 a day or to £3.60 an hour in St Ives to park, which is another question maybe for another day and how disgraceful that is. But no, I just want to know what is going to be our policy. We're talking about finance and hopefully to give Councillor Painter a bit of relief and actually have some car parking money and revenue coming in. Let's take it at face value that government funding to provide 2,000 parking charge units is a good thing. I'm not 100% convinced that it is. What will be our policy on actually just somebody parking in a parking space, whether it's got a charging unit or not, and whether they're driving an electric car or not?
Thank you. I think that's for Councillor Rogerson.
Thank you, Chair. And I thank Councillor Mitchell for his question, but there's a sort of number of elements to what he's outlined there. The first of all is where we will site new charging points. And I think one of the principles is to look at not trying to duplicate or cut across what the commercial provision of those will do. And there'll be locations where they come forward, and a number of councillors have asked me about fast charging points, and the advice we're getting is that those are likely to come forward on a commercial basis. So we'll look at where these are. What we want to do also is make sure that we reach into some of the rural areas, because hitherto a lot of these have been in our more urban locations, but as the EVs get more popular across Cornwall, we want to make sure that we've got reach into some of the rural areas as well. And we're looking at places where some on-street options might be here. So it's not just something falling in the car parks. In light of his other question, that's not one I've asked before. There must be an answer to that question now, because we have some, dotted around in car parks, so I will have to come back to him on that point. But further to that, I'd say to all members, I will be sending out an email or request to all of them in the not too distant future and I'll probably regret doing this, but I'm going to do it anyway, talking about car parks in their divisions and nearby divisions as well, and how that affects their communities, just to get some ideas that they've had from their residents, or indeed their own local knowledge, about how things can operate, so that we can reflect on that. And I won't be able to act on all of them, but I think I want to get a picture from everybody as we move forward into considering how we make best use of the car parks over the coming years.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question?
A brief one, thank you, Chairman. So you've sort of answered my follow-up question, which was going to be if we're actually going to make access across Cornwall to electric charging points much more available. Car parks might not necessarily be the best place, because they are, as you've just hinted at, mainly town centre orientated for our car parks, and that really won't help in a rural situation. So I'm glad to hear that you are going to look on street, and maybe also the opportunities of spare pieces of land which are owned by Cornwall Council, which aren't necessarily car parks, for these new charging points. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hewitt, then Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the Cabinet Member for Resources. Councillor Painter, do you welcome the fairer funding review, and do you agree with me that it broadly looks positive for Cornwall?
Thank you for your question. Yes, I do welcome it. I think it's something that we've been calling on for a very long time, about fairer funding. I think, first of all, the Labour government did take away some of the rural services grants, which we felt was negative. But the way that the fairer funding is looking now, currently, if it continues in its form where it is, it does look positive for Cornwall. And it looks like we will do better than we are currently with that funding formula. So it's taking into account deprivation in smaller areas, as well as coastal communities and rural and sparse communities. So I think that is very much a positive, and hopefully we will continue to push government, working with our MPs, to make sure that we do get that positive and increased funding for Cornwall. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
I do, thank you. So we know that with the fairer funding review, some of the urban boroughs, for example, will be lobbying hard not to see their funding reduced. How will you fight to ensure that we keep this funding uplift that Cornwall should hopefully see?
I think it's very much us as a cabinet, and certainly our officers, whenever we're talking with anybody and working with government, equally working with our MPs and making sure that all our MPs are working hard, standing up for Cornwall, and making sure that we get the money that we very much need.
Thank you. Councillor Ball, then Councillor Handel.
Thank you, Chair. And my question's for the portfolio of transport. You've had a bit of a rough time this afternoon. My question is, we've got a lot of young people in the Duchy that have to use wheelchairs, and when they want to go out for a meet-up on a Saturday and they want to catch a bus, if there's more than one of them that want to catch that bus, then only one of them can actually get on the bus, and the other one has to wait for an hour for another bus to come along. Would the portfolio meet with me to discuss this further, and with disabled charities, and when we look at buses in the future, is that we ask them to make more spaces for wheelchair users, as they've got across the border in Devon?
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to meet Councillor to talk about that, and he's a champion on these issues. I think what we want to make sure is we've got a bus fleet that's fit for purpose and meeting the needs of everybody, and looking at other ways in which also we can support young people in getting about and accessing what's out there, whether disabled young people and all young people. So, but happy to meet them, certainly.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary? No, thank you. Then Councillor Hanlon.
Thank you, Chair. Transport portfolio holder, please. Within the building regulations, 5% of all parking, car parking, have to have, well, it's 5% of accessible parking bays, blue badge parking bays. My concern is that the EV parking bays we have at the moment aren't being created as accessible as blue badge. They are one standard size. At a lot of organisations like myself, we want to actually see specific accessible or blue badge parking as well, because they're completely different sizes, as you appreciate with a blue badge parking bay at the moment. So I'd like to know what we intend to do, and if this is a national thing, because at the moment it's not. So I want to know what's going to happen. Also, I believe my partner had a blue electric car. She went back to petrol because there isn't enough EV points here. And also a lot of the fast charges weren't fast charge. They were just an ordinary charge, and it was costing her actually more to charge than what it would be to put fuel in the car. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that you again, Councillor Rogerson?
Thank you, Chair. And I thank you, Councillor, for your perspective and your partner's perspective as well on those issues. I think we could look at the design standard of those, and I know he has expertise in that, and if he has particular views he would like to feed in, then I'd certainly welcome that.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Just to thank that, and I look forward to working with you. No supplementary, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I've come to the end of the names on my list. That takes us to the end. That concludes the business for today. Thank you very much, members. I hope you've enjoyed the debates, if not the interruptions.